Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome on in. I'm just setting up. Hello. I am the luckiest of lucky red sparrows, and this is what I do. I'm going to transition us into the game nice and quick. Hopefully that's worked. But it's a real pleasure to see everybody. I hope you're all doing well. We're picking up with Lilith Dustseeker in the middle. Well, at the moment she's in the middle of her in-room because, you know, great heroes have to rest sometimes. And I'm sure there's a whole thing for that, but right now, she's just chilling. I hope you're all doing well. I am alright. I'm alive, which is an entirely different thing to good. But we're just going to jump right into it. I'm thinking today I'm going to run around, get all of the crafting and gathering quests started so that you guys can see the start of it, and then I can build while offline, and that way you don't have to watch me do tedious crafting and gathering, because that would be very boring. But yeah, welcome on in. I hope everybody's having fun. The mic is working, correct? Yes. Cool. I never know. Because I have to have this on mute, otherwise it feeds back through the stream. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. How are you doing anyways? So I'm going to start with the culinarians. Mostly because I need the XP boost from the cooking that you can do. And that's the easiest way to get it. Gonna jump this. I beg your pardons, good madam, but this is the Culinarians Guild. If you are here to dine at the Bismarck, one of our waiters will be along shortly to show you to your... Oh! You're not a patron. Might I assume, then, that you wish to become a culinarian? If so, I wholeheartedly recommend you join the Culinarians Guild, where one may learn the culinary arts under the finest chefs in all the realm. What say you? Yes. Wonderful. Then without further ado, I shall acquaint you with the history of our guild. As you are doubtless aware, Limsa has long been the gastronomic capital of Eorzea. The city's rich culinary tradition is the product of a unique combination of factors. The first is our proximity to the fertile lands and plentiful seas of Vilbrand, which have ever yielded bounteous produce. The second is our standing as the realm's foremost trading port, which grants us access to not only exotic ingredients from faraway shores, but also to foreign merchants versed in their use. We are, in short, the beneficiaries of culinary knowledge from every corner of the world. Until recently, this knowledge of this kind was passed solely on through word of mouth, and was therefore susceptible to corruption and loss. But all of that changed when one man made it his mission to catalogue every recipe of note. His name was Admiral Gulskov Baldwin, known as Master Cleaver. The man's love of fine cuisine was such that, at sea, he would regularly spend as much time preparing meals in the galley as giving commands on the bridge. It was none other than he who founded the Culinarians Guild and codified cooking methodology. Today, the guild carries on Baldwin's legacy. Through the scope of our endeavours, has expanded significantly. Not content with simply preserving existing recipes, we labour tirelessly to devise wholly novel culinary creations which delight the senses. To this end, our doors are open to folk from all walks of life, including adventurers such as your good self. One may liken our guild to a great pot of stew, and each member to an ingredient imparting a unique flavour. As with every dish, however, adding ingredients willy-nilly is certain to spoil a taste. Before you take your place in the pot, you must be deemed a worthwhile addition by Guildmaster Lingsat, a man whose passion for cookery burns hotter than any oven. Before travelling him, I must warn you that ours is a truly sweltering kitchen. As such, you would be well advised to ask yourself, can I stand the heat? If you earnestly believe that you can, speak to me once more, and I shall be glad to guide you through the enrollment process. Just did some weaving. Now that I've unlocked all the jobs, I can collect all the mats over time. I should say all the jobs for crafting and gathering. Yeah, there's a lot. good luck, because you think it's fine and you're like, oh yeah, no, I'll totally get all the resources myself, but then you get all the resources and then you can't sell them, so your inventory just fills up and you're like, why? But so have you resolved to walk the path of the culinarian? Yes. Wonderful. Then you must speak to Guildmaster Lingseth at once. This will come as no surprise, but he is a finer chef in Limsa. His skill and dedication are second to none. You will find the Guildmaster up the stairs yonder, keeping a watchful eye on his charges. Impress upon him your desire to learn, and he will surely find a place for you in his stew, by which I mean the guild. Yes, but I want to do a recipe every time at least once, my completion. Yes, I feel that. Why do you think I started this character? Just for the joy of doing this completionist thing. I have set a few rules, because there are a few things that I will need help to do, depending on the time. Like, there's a thing for a later dungeon, like, really, really later dungeon, where you are supposed to run a certain set of dungeons as a blue mage. But you can't run a blue mage in a normal dungeon queue. You have to do it on your own. And so you have to run this particular achievement, has to be run with 4 blue mages, and no one can die. So it's a little bit stressful, but hopefully by that time I've got a bunch of people in the community who are like, yeah, let's give it a try. Lingseth. Well met, Ventra. I take it you want to join our guild. Let's have a good look at you. Bah, what's an underfed whelp like you know about cooking? Judging by them scrawny arms of yours, you'd struggle to lift a spoon, never mind a skillet. I jest. It don't take muscle to be a culinarian, else it don't even take talent, at least not on its own. No less, more than anything else, becoming a good cook boils down to passion. If you got that, there ain't nothing you can't achieve. So tell me, have you got it? Have you the passion to become a culinarian? Yes. That's the spirit. Your passion for the culinary arts is plain to see. And you'll be needing every bit of it if you want to become a master culinarian. Why, if mastery was a 12-course dinner, I'd hardly have finished the soup. Make no mistake, our trade's as tough as old mutton, and passion's the only thing what gets us through the grisly bits. But enough talk. What do you call yourself? Well then, Lilith, welcome to the guild. To mark the occasion, I present you with your very own skillet. Ain't much to look at, but it'll more than serve a novice like yourself. Now then, let's see whether you can tell which end's which. Aye, I know. I said you'd struggle to lift a spoon, but you've won me over. Now show me you can hold a skillet, and I'll get you started on the first task. There we go. I calculated earlier that completing just the Battlecraft Leaves achievements would require over 2 years, given that we could only do 6 a day. True. But you can leave... So, leave quests can stack up to about 99? Leave allowances, I believe, can stack up that high. So you could leave it for a little while, let that stack up, and then do a bunch of them in one day. Yeah. So you wouldn't need to do it every day for 2 years, but that is a lot. But hey, I've got 2 years of content. Okay, let's switch to the skillet. And add that in. My culinarian. I've got to make this a shared. Well, god damn it. Anyway. I see you're holding the skillet the right way round. Good. A culinarian lives and dies by his utensils. Get that into your head before you do anything else. Or your food will look like shite and taste like worse. Now let's see what you can do. For starters, I want you to make me a maple syrup using your skillet. Recipe's as simple as they come. You only need 2 things. Maple sap and a fire shard. Jossie sells sap over the counter. Now time's a wasting, so get to work. Don't pay to keep folk waiting in our trade. Maple syrup. I'm going to take the crafting log, add that to the board. Just there. Hi, can I please have syrup? Where are you? Maple sap. Let's get 10 of you. That ought to be enough. Open up this. Maple syrup. Synthesize. I still need to complete this quest because I haven't made it back to the Shroud yet to get some sap instead of buying. Yeah. I can't be asked. Okay. So, just going to quickly craft up enough to get to level 5 so that I can do this quest while we're here and then do a bunch of stuff after. So there's going to be a lot of talking today. Isn't that lovely? Gonna make one of these. So what we just got was a quality thing, and it's important later. Right now it's not that important because we're not crafting any high quality stuff. I still need to complete this quest. Yeah, instead of buying. Yeah, I responded to that. Makes better content this way than my way. Well, your way is like more authentic, I guess. I just am lazy. On the 7 L's you waiting for? I told you to make me some maple syrup, didn't I? I did. You giant. Man. I was gonna say douche, but it's not that bad. The maple syrup's ready, is it? About bloody time. Let's see how it tastes then. I gotta love the big gloves. I'm just compulsive. Hey, everyone enjoys the game their own way. Oh ho, this ain't bad. Flavor's alright, consistency's nearly there. In short, a damn sight better than most novices manage. As you probably know, maple syrup's one of the most popular sweeteners around, a key ingredient in all manner of cakes and treats. What you probably didn't know, that boiling the stuff down gets you maple sugar, a different sweetener with different uses. Just goes to show that even the simplest ingredients can have hidden complexities. I said earlier that a culinarian lives and dies by his utensils. Well, that's just the half of it. He also needs to know his ingredients, and that's something that only comes with experience. Keep your nose to the stove and report back when you're ripe for another task. Yes. You've come at a good time, Lilith. Just so happens I need your help with something. One of our chefs buggered up an order a bit ago, and he's been down in the dumps ever since. Ingham's his name. Joined the guild a few moons before you did. Determined lad, but don't take failure well. Anyway, we can't have him crying into his soup, blaze havoc with a seasoning, see? So I want you to try and cheer him up. And there's not like a good meal to take a mind's man off his many failings. A nice bit of grilled trout should do the trick. This is one of his favourites, if he was to cook him up a plate of that, I reckon he'd find the experience highly motivating. The main ingredient, princess trout, can be had at the Highland. As for Ingham, you'll find him working in the kitchens. Prepare the dish and take it to him. Happy grilling. Okay, gonna equip that. Much less pretty, but it'll work. So I'll be completing these quests outside of stream, and then doing the quest completion in stream, so you guys don't have to watch me run around and complete everything. Like, not complete everything, run around and gather and craft shit, because that is very tedious to watch but very fun to do if your brain is like mine and it finds peace in that rotation of doing the same thing over and over again. Anyway, also my hair is a freaking mess today. Fishing is the most fun gathering? Yeah, 100%. I would agree with that. Although, there is something later called the Diadem, which is kind of fun. Very mindless, but a different kind of gathering to what we've kind of experienced up until that point. Please stop buzzing, phone. Sorry. There we go. But it's like, no. Now is the perfect time. I'm going to switch back, update gear set. Going to switch back to my Marauder to get the quest line here, so that I get a bunch of extra shit. Though tanks are the easiest to level up. A new bait for the Fisherman's Guild. I'm afraid now isn't the best time. You see, we recently had taken on a commission for a galleon. This task alone has our hands full. But look, I will see what I can do. The Fisherman's Guild has long been one of our best clients. I would be loath to disappoint Sissy Poo. It may yet take a while, but I shall endeavour to have our boat ready in a timely fashion. Why, thank you. The Rats in the Wharf. Anasa has a simple yet profitable task for an interested adventurer. Are you in the need of some trifling tasks to pass the time? Then I have just the job for you. Baderon is offering a reward to any adventurer who slays at least 5 wharf rats. There's no shortage of pests lurking around the Tempest Gate, so you should hurry and take advantage of this opportunity. Sure thing, Chicken Wing. Unless you're blind and deaf, I presume you've wandered into our forge of your own accord, drawn by the siren song of our Smitty's hammers, no doubt. In these aladours, oh my god, I'm having such trouble talking today, and my hair is getting caught underneath these, and it's pulling in the most annoying way. 1 second. My camera is reversed, by the way, so it's making me feel a little bit weirded out because it's not quite the direction I would normally do things. I don't know. In these here alloyed ores, limbs as fine as pound metal into all manner of tools and weapons. And when I say limbs, I mean the whole bloody realms. Make no mistakes, you need more than a big arm to join our ranks. But if you've got iron in your veins and the builder's blessing, speak up. Yeesh. Well, you're not short on confidence. But do you truly know what you're getting yourself into here, lass? Ours is a trade bored of blood and brine. For as long as pirates have sailed from the Rotano, Smithies have forged their weapons and fitted out their ships from keel to cannon. Of course, till sea swallows all ain't just an old idle saying. Brine will eat through even the stoutest iron given time, and our forebears long struggled to forge more resistant alloys. Lucky for us, the Smithies of Eld were a determined bunch, and clever too. Sorry about that. So when they learned the kobolds of old knew something of advanced metallurgy, the Smithies set out to make it their own. Thanks to the kobolds' wisdom, which they generally gifted us with only the merest hint of pirately popped in, Leminzi and Smithin came on leaps and bounds. 'Twasn't long before the Gridanians and Uldan started eyeing our knowledge like we did the kobolds, though. And some 150-odd years ago, 2 particularly forward-thinking men named Theor Naldic and Bryce Vermilly had the bright idea of establishing a respectable business. Being fine-minded fellows, they'd sell their wares to anyone who had the coin, pirates and foreigners included. And when folks weren't inclined to pay, they made sure to remind them that we hadn't completely forsaken our pirate ways. Times have changed, though, and we're a bit more willing to share our wisdom these days. The company's been running the Blacksmiths and Armourers Guilds for years now, welcoming any soul with the necessary talent and the will to work. As to whether you've got enough of either, that's for the Forge Master to decide. Speak to me when you're ready to present yourself to him. Good God, there's so much slur. So will it be? Reckon you've got what it takes to train with the best of the goddamn blacksmiths in the realm? Yes. Ha! That's the spirit. If you'd taken any longer to decide, I'd have told you to bugger off, no matter what you said. Can't have half-assed adventurers wasting Forge Master Birathel's precious time, see? Got loads of iron in the fire. That's why me and the other lads make a point of keeping idlers, imbeciles, and otherwise unqualified from getting in his way. Anyway, it's time you went and paid your respects to the man. He's the one over yonder, making a face like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Cool. So I fucked that up entirely. So, forgive me. About time Ramdwolf sent me a new recruit. It's been too long. I'm Brithel, Forge Master of the Blacksmiths Guild. If you're aiming to become a smithy worth the name, it would be my great pleasure to educate you on Oh god, on the finer points of the craft. Oh, the rest of these South East bastards will tell you it's hard, grueling work, fit only for the best and brightest. But I say put a hammer in the hands of the willing and see what happens. What do you say then, lass? Will you swing a hammer for old Brithel? Yeah, sure. Ha! I knew I liked you from the moment I set eyes on you. What did you say your name was? Lilith Dustseeker. A name fit for a hero if I ever heard one. Yeah. In fact, I did hear it in a bard song once. Or was it the poor sod cursing his comps at the wench? But doesn't matter if it was saving the world or cuckolding your husband. 'Tis time you forge yourself a new reputation, pound out a new legend, and you can trust old Brithel to help you do it. Every guild must give a history. It gets a bit old reading it after the first few. Can't imagine reading it out loud. Yeah, I thought I would do better because the accent, but my brain has just decided to stop reading words today, so... Here, lass, take this crossbeam hammer. A smithy without a hammer is like me without a drink. Bloody useless. Well, don't just stand there gawping at her. Take her in your hands, have a few practice swings, whatever you fancy. She's yours now. What I wouldn't give to be you right now, lass. The smithy never forgets his first hammer. There we go. We're going to add a new thing. There we go. Hi. Now there's a beautiful sight. Never forget, a smithy's hammer is our one true love. Friends will betray you, lovers will leave you, but your hammer will never do you wrong. God, seeing you standing there reminds me of my less ale-sodden, more lady-shaped version of my younger self. That is a weird compliment, but I'll take it. But on to your task. We ain't a congregation of soft-hand scholarlies here. Smithies learn by doing. Try your hand at making a bronze ingot. Any smithy worth her salt has got to master the fundamentals, and you can't get more fundamental than that. It ain't complicated. Bronze is just copper and tin metalled down and mixed together. So you'll be needing... Aye, that's it. Copper and tin ore. And seeing as most folk don't carry stuff like that round with them without reason, Smithy here, outside, can provide you with some. For a price, that is. What the lad can't sell you, though, is the fire shard you'll need. Aye, it ain't complicated, but it doesn't mean it's easy. You need to melt the metals after all. And to do that, you need to get them hotter than a bombard's backside. And that's all there is to it. Think you can handle it, lass? Yes. I think I'll be fine. Let's see if I can't just share that. I know I can, I just haven't turned it on. HUD. No. Hotbar. Sharing. Hotbar 4. Apply, please. So now, when I do this, I should be able to just go general, get my teleport, my return, get my macros. That's right, that's what I was looking for. My inventory sorter, my fate grinder, and my battle effects on and off. Let's get this other one. Sound a hammer and bring you in from the street, lass. It's well that you find it inviting, for the Armorers Guild is not the place for quiet reverie. If the clangor of metal striking metal is music to your ears, mayhap you've the spirit of a shipwright. Are you of a mind to join our guild? Take it from me, lass, there's no greater joy than working a shapeless lump of iron into a shining breastplate with your own hands. What say you then? Yes. Well said, lass. Now we should cover a bit of guild history before forging ahead with the formalities. The armourer's craft is an offshoot of blacksmithing. Time was when armourers and smithies were as one the same. But as the years trickled by, the techniques for working sheet metal into armoured plates became a specialised trade. I clicked the wrong thing, sorry. I just needed to drink something. Now, as you can probably imagine, the skills necessary for making armour are also necessary for shipbuilding. But building ships is harder than knocking out simple helms, which led these armourers who were good enough to work on boats to claim the title of shipwright. Of course, it was one thing calling armourers blacksmiths and shipwrights armourers, but it was quite another calling shipwrights blacksmiths, because building a ship and making a hatchet couldn't be more different. It seemed as though a line needed drawing, and seeing how Limsa Minsa was built on the strength of her navy, you can imagine why the armourers chose to cut their ties with the smithies and establish a guild of their own. As for the Smithies, well, the whole notion of an independent armourers guild never did sit well with them, and there's been a fair old rivalry between our two factions ever since, always trying to outdo each other. Oh, we are? Drinking is more important, don't kill your voice like last week, yeah. I could not speak for like a good day after that. That was good, but also a bad choice, like emotionally speaking. Which is why we're ever on the lookout for new talent to help us keep the Smithies bastards in their place. All you need to do is impress the Forge Master and we can start your training. Be warned, Forge Master Hanaza's tongue could strip the scales of a fishback of 40 places. Saying that, you won't find a fairer mistress this side of Strait of Melthor. Let me know when you've mustered the courage to speak with her, and I'll see you to the rest. Your mind is made up? You ready to throw your lot in with us armorers? Yes, and it's time you made yourself known to the Forge Master. That's no empty title, by the way. Hanaza's a renowned shipwright, and one of the finest crafters in Limsa Minsa. Head outside and you'll find her blistering the skins of our newest initiates. Hi. Please love me. Another aspiring armourer, are you? Welcome, I am Hanaza, Forge Master of this guild. I take it Guanaco has explained to you the history and nature of our craft? Good. I have little to add on that front save this. The life of an armourer is not an easy one. Day after day you will pit flesh and blood against iron and flame, and without a passion for the forge you will fail. Pardon me. But passion alone will not make an armourer of you. To truly master this craft, you must be possessed of a will as unyielding as the metal you work. Knowing what lies before you, have the fortitude to persevere, yes. I see you have no fear of hard work. That is well. Consider your request to join the guild approved. But if you ever give me aught less than your best, then you will be out the door before you realize my boot is connected with your backside. Are we clear? Good. Now that we understand each other, let us begin with the basics. What is your name? Lilith. Very well, Lilith. This tool is called a doming hammer. Here, grip it firmly, note its weight. Let me know when you feel comfortable with it in your hand, and I'll tell you if you're holding it properly. Good to know. And we will add that. Forge Master Hanaza wishes to see what you can make of your new doming hammer. Ah, yes. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were an armourer, Lilith. Really? Of course, I do know better. Until you craft something with that hammer of yours, you look like a babe with a rattle to me, and I've no intention of mothering you. Make no mistake, I mean to shape you into an artisan, however hard I have to pound. Save your sweat for the forge, lass. I don't expect you to flush in full suits of plate on your first day. Just pay close attention to my instructions, be diligent in your work, and the skill will come in due time. Now let's be about your first lesson, shall we? I want you to take up your hammer and make me a bronze ingot. A mundane task, I'll grant you, but one which every armourer must master. Bronze, you see, is the most basic material of the craft, and bronze ingots are just its building blocks. It is not the strongest of alloys, of course, but it is that very quality that makes bronze so easy to shape, and the metal of choice for a novice armourer. To forge your ingot, you'll need to procure 2 chunks of copper and a chunk of tin ore and an ice shard. The ore can be purchased from somewhere here at the guild. The ice shard you'll have to find on your own. Well, are you waiting for me to swing your arm for you? Or maybe you would have me swing my boot? Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Bye. Please don't kill me. There we go. Let's switch back to Marauder. Yeah, let's head over here. And we can go and kill the wolf rats. Oh, I forgot we were doing that one, weren't we? Fisherman's Guild. Boing. Gotta tell you, it's still weird drinking energy drinks through a straw. After a cask? Well, I can't rightly say if it's your cask, but there was a big fellow come by recently carrying one. He asked me if I'd smoked Mackies and what would go down nice with ale. It ain't the only thing I know, neither. The last wore black, and you know what that means. The bloody executioners. They sound bloody. Sorry. Did I see someone walk off with a cask of ale? Why, sure, it was during the afternoon offloading. Fella didn't look like a thief, though. Hoisted the cask and walked right on over to the Astalacia. The preoccupied porter. It looks like Coke. No, it is a can of Mother. The raspberry flavour. Because I need all the energy I can get. Looking for a cask of Dodozan's cask of ale, huh? I'll help you. Dodozan ain't a bad sort for a swiving trader. There was a topo come asking after the cask. Wanted to know if it was ale, the poxy fool. Let's see. Yeah, I'm running on very little sleep. And I'm not particularly feeling well. I have a bit of a cold. I did take a test, I don't have COVID. But my dad does, and that's fun and terrifying. We got the news today, so everyone's in lockdown. As responsible as we can be. Hello. What are you looking at, huh? This is a dance duel. A dance duel. Much more important than anything you got. Much more. I love speaking drunk. I'm not good at it though. You may be able to scamper up the rigging to the crow's nest, but can you get down? Not for a science teat, you great gludhopper. Begging pardon, Captain, but there ain't no Makoti alive heavier on her feet than a great Galutin Rodigan such as yourself. Well said, Captain, and well retorted, you bloody sunseeker. Or was it you a moonkeeper? Well, the lads they got there. Who even cares? Am I right? Who are you, anyway? There was a whole passel of you before, but now there's only one. That's a miser's trick, it is. I'm here for the cask of ale. Ugh, nope. Nothing worse than a miser. That's awesome. What was a magical, admiral? What was his name? He didn't like no drinking, no dances. Bad for his corals. Corals? Can't be right. Corals. Ha! Of course you're right there, lassie. Should never doubt myself. Anyway, this magical, I'll call him magical pinch fist, passed decrees like they were farts. He'd agreed no dancing without within a hand's reach of spirits. But no magical's smarter than a sailing man. We just stopped reaching for our hands. With our hands altogether. We invented step dancing. That showed magical pinch fist and his corals. Did you steal the ale? Alright, that's right, lassie. Gets me all fired up too. Makes you think I was, like, oh, I know, you want to dance with me all this time. I thought you was just being churlish, but... Listen, I need the ale. You walked off with it. No. I insist. Dance first, talk later. That's the way of it. Fine. You see the axe I am carrying on my back, right? Why you cagey sea fox, dancing like sailing folk you do. Could swear there was three of you just... Or was it just... Never mind, you're practically a sister now. You asked me anything. Finally, did you steal the cask of ale? I need it back. A cask of Dodozan's ale? Carried it off for Fisherman's Bottom in me very own self, I did. Handsome, matter of fact. We'd already drunk all we had on board. Course, Dodozan's getting paid for it, someday. Don't make a difference if he frets a night or two. Uh-oh. Why, you reprobate whoreson. That's the cask of ale you lugged in? Uh-oh, somebody's in trouble with their boss. Blackguard, you dare call yourself a bloody executioner, all hugger-mugger about who belongs to who. Dodozan has the cods, not a mule about the colours we wear, and you play him for a fool. I'm sorry, Captain. Wasn't thinking it through. Gots to fix that, I do. It's what they call a coral failing. Moral. by the way. In case that wasn't clear. Adventurer. I beg pardon for my man. I swear, Leman mistook him for a oyster and gave him grit for Baines when she made him. Since you're already here, how about you square our account with Dedison and take this payment to him? We'd be much obliged. Of course, I can do that. You dance with us and all, so I'm trusting the guild won't inspire any moral failings in you. That's some long keeling in Australasia, if you take my meaning. Yep. Yes, I do. I would like to live. Please. I have things to do. Well. Huh. Oh, that's what it was. I could never figure it out when I did it. I'm not good at pirates. No, that's fair. That's fair. It took me a few tries to get it in my head because it's like, what the fuck are you referring to? No, it's moral failings. See, I'm just lucky I figured that out off stream. So I didn't look like I didn't know it when I came to stream. You see? Please take me up here to... Where are you? I think you're up here. Hope you're up here. Okay. Where are you? Dodo-san! Oh, I need to be a little higher level. That's why it's a little red thing. That's fine. There you are, and not a moment too soon. Did you find my ale? Yes, I did. I know I'm probably fucking up all these voices, by the way. Like, I probably set them in the last one and didn't do it correctly in this one. But you see, my memory is like a sieve. So I don't remember shit. Huh. Well, that surprised I was deceived. But where did you get it? Oh, from the bloody... I mean, the clients themselves, I see. Yes, there's always some blustery young fellow like that. Hasn't earned his swallows or stars yet, I wager. Cods, you say? Captain Moonscoat is kind to say so, I'm sure, but I hail from Uldar. We'll trade with anyone if they've guild to pay. Pirates, princes, they're all the same to me. And if I know these particular pirates, and I do, they'll be wanting another cask soon to drink away this little fracas. Many thanks, adventurer. I don't remember either. Yep. That's the cool thing, because if having a low view account means no one's going to call me on my shit. It's always terrifying when I do D&D because I have such a bad memory. I tend to forget what voices I've given to characters before and where they've encountered them before. So they took me completely off guard today. Not today. Wednesday. When they went to visit a shopkeeper that I sent them to, who was looking for a specific type of mushroom, which I thought, you know, one of my players is a mushroom warforge, so I was like, yeah, okay, let's reward him for being creative. So I did, and they remembered, and I'm like, oh god, what was her accent? Fuck. The Taja of Melivan's Gate needs help collecting duty on imported goods. Here at Melivan's Gate, we inspect all goods that are imported into Limsa and collect duty as the law requires. Some merchants, however, seek to evade this obligation, and we must chase them down. I would be grateful if you could deliver these 2 ledgers, one to a man named Sandomal, who you will find at the Octant, and the other to a woman named Letitia, who works at the Bismarck. If you are uncertain as to the whereabouts of the Bismarck, ask Sandomal when you meet him, and he will point you in the right direction. See, I can do those nice, light and soft voices because it does not hurt my throat. But the darker ones tend to hurt, and I have to, like, open up my mouth a bit more, and it makes me look weird on camera. So, when I do it, I have to, like... I can't do it because now I know, but you know what I mean. It looks ridiculous. Oh boy. Okay, let's just go kill something, yeah? I feel like we're missing that right now. I can come back and do that in a second. Marauder. We're going to go to the Zephyr Gate. And because I've gotten all of the Aetherites within the city, I can now teleport to the gates themselves. You don't look ridiculous as well. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I need to put on my hunting log here and the crafting log there so I don't forget them. It's always weird, like, just not restarting, but starting a new class, because you forget what your other classes can do, and you're like, wait, what? What am I doing? I hated killing the sheepies, 100%. I felt so guilty. There's some enemies later that you have to kill, and I'm like, why? They weren't hurting me. Why do I have to do this? So cute, little fluff balls. Yeah. There's one, I think they're called fleeces, golden fleeces. Basically like sheeps, but golden. And my heart fucking hurt killing them. Ooh. Interesting, okay. We got a buff for our attacks. 3 stacks of it. All weapon skill attacks are both critical and direct hits. Nice. I mean, look at their little faces. They're so cute. I might actually cry. I gotta tell you, it's weird not... So I have another character that I'm playing. One that I can do... She's a Vera, so she's a lot taller than these characters. And it's weirding me out because Lilith is so short comparatively. Like, Vera is quite a tall... her name's Anterafel. I think it is. Is it Meredith? No, it's Meredith. Anterafel is my, my D&D character. Meredith is quite tall, and she runs around in these like stripper heels, which are the Vera's default heels, but I've always called them stripper heels because that's kind of what they look like, and they're my favorite cosmetic item in the game, which is saying a lot because there is a lot of cosmetic items in this game. But it's ridiculous. They are exactly what you would expect. The Vera are your stereotypical bunny girls. And I respect them for having the guts to do it, and to do it to the point where people are like, okay, that's fair. But I'm also like, why? Why? Mine is an Elezen. I like elves. That is completely fair. The Elezen are really cool. You will love the Heavenswood expansion then. Just gonna say. I mean, I love the Heavenswood expansion, but I will not give you details because this is a spoiler-free kind of chat. I may give you, like... I'll say you'll like it, but I won't tell you why, what's important about it. That you'll have to experience when you get there. Hunting log, Aurelia, I know where they are, but... I'm coming up here, trying to get as many of these little hunting thingies as possible while I'm running to get the, Aetherite. But yeah, it's very weird not being able to make progress on a character when I'm not streaming because... Oh, I've got a little thing there. I got my little mitigation. Oh, look! Look! It's a little carbuncle. Do not Google that. Just, I will give you that heads up right now. Do not Google what a carbuncle is. Or if you do, make sure you preface it with Final Fantasy Online carbuncle, because otherwise you will need eye bleach. I will share that knowledge with you free of cost. I have not took your advice. Good. I know it's tempting, because as soon as someone says don't do this, your brain's like, how bad could it be? How bad could it really, really be? It's bad. And I've gotten all of my friends with it because I warned them all, don't do this, you'll regret it. And they had to. Grenada seeks courageous pioneers who can tame the wilderness for Summerford Farms. Summerford Farms bears charge of the Admiral's Settlement Initiative. We're rewarded handsomely to brave new frontiers. Yet if we fail to fulfill our part of the bargain, the grants will be withdrawn. In spite of this, the washed-up pirates elect to laze their days away. There is still time. We need only clear away the rocks and debris for the area's city to be deemed settled. If you are willing to help, you'll find a shovel outside the hut on the hillside. Yes. But the carbuncle in Final Fantasy is that little summon. They have... So, when I first started playing, how to put this? The Arcanist, which is the one that can summon that, was a damage over time DPS. We've read this one before. So they had a lot of, like, miasma and that kind of effects that would do a lot of damage over time. They've changed that, and I'm not good with the Arcanist at this point. But they are the most unique class thus far, in that... So at level 30, you upgrade into the true version of the class, with all the shiny new abilities kind of things. And this is the only one that splits into two. Tiller Shovel. Arcanists seemed overly complicated for low level, but I kind of like that since the Arcanists are all book nerds. Yeah, no, fair. Very fair. Yeah, so it actually splits into two classes. The Summoner and the Scholar. A DPS and a healer. I find Scholar is an interesting one to play. I have done a lot of Scholar. My main is a white mage. But I am a healer main down to my freaking core. And that's mostly just because I enjoy watching over the team and making sure everyone's doing okay. I don't enjoy being the target, but I figured, why not challenge myself for a stream? And if it goes badly, I've got a bunch of other classes to play in between. No biggie. But yeah, Scholar is an interesting one. Soloing stuff as a healer almost made me sleep when I tried Conjure. Yeah, it's really... Conjurers, which are the base form of the white mage, healers themselves are quite boring to play in PvE because you just... There's nothing that's going to be able to kill you because you can constantly heal yourself. You're one of the few classes that can. Tanks have that ability in some forms, especially the Dark Knight. You've certainly proven you are not one to let obstacles stand in your path. If only those supposed pioneering pirates were half as industrious as you. Expanding borders is all well and good, but the Admiral ought to know rugged frontiers can't be settled by layabouts. Yeah, so playing healer is quite boring, at least in my opinion. It's quite boring to do as, again, a PvE. But as a PvP, like, in a dungeon, or in PvP, but that is dependent on other people as well. In a dungeon, you become the most important person. The tank is very nearly... So tank and healer are like right at the top, because without the tank, the healer can't do their job, and without the healer, the tank can't do their job. So you're quite close. But it is very stressful at higher levels. The good thing, though, that I know about Final Fantasy is if you say, hey, I'm a new tank, or hey, I'm a new healer, people will generally be like, okay, we'll take it slow, and you won't get flamed. I mean, I can't guarantee everyone because people are dicks, and that's just what happens. But for the most part, people are really good. So when I was learning healer, I said, hey, I'm a new healer, could we do small pulls please so I can do this properly? And someone actually took time out of their day. I just queued with them, but this group took time out of their day to give me hints on rotations, on how to position myself, on how to do bigger pulls. You know, they didn't have to do that. They were on the roulettes. They were there for like a 10-minute dungeon and to move on. But this group stayed around and taught me, hey, this is how you heal. This is how you deal with tanks that are particularly anxious. Oop. Oh, we failed a fate. But we did unlock our Beast Gorge. Interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna head in this direction. But yeah, they took time out of their day to just say, okay, this is how you do it. And so now whenever I play healer, I try to pass that on to people, you know. So a new tank, if they're nervous, and you can tell when a tank is nervous. When you're an experienced healer, you know. One, very clearly, they will do small pulls, which is good. Their armor isn't always the best, so small pulls are good. And they will run back and forth through the enemies. You do not want to do that as a tank. It's really bad for the DPS, and it can fuck up your healer. It's not a game ender. I'll be clear. Nothing that these small tanks do other than massive pulls when the healer is not ready is a game ender. But yeah, so if they're looking for a bit of reassurance, I will heal them more often than not. Like, more often than necessary. Rather than, you know, I can tell. Like, it's a state at this point. I know when they're nervous. So when they are nervous, I know they're not going to be popping their mitts like they should be. They're not going to know the rotation necessarily as well. I am more prepared for them to be panicky. So that's what I do. I prepare for that. I treat them, you know, with respect and patience, because that's all people really need, is a little bit of patience to start with. Coming from WoW, I tend to do too much research beforehand, but good to know. I've heard similarly from other friends. Obviously, I'm not onto that part yet, though ultimately I prefer DPS usually. Fair. Very fair. Real quick before I start with this guy. WoW, there's a lot to say about WoW. I find Final Fantasy more fun to play than WoW because the community is more engaging and less toxic for me. I understand that people do like WoW and it is a fun game, don't get me wrong, I'm not shitting on WoW. I like my life, thank you. But yeah, honestly, just this game is here to be enjoyed, and a lot of people, you're gonna get the toxic players anywhere in this, that happens, but 95% of the player base is just like, hey, you're playing the game too, like golden retrievers, like, yes, hello friend. Brimstone has blocked Bronhot out of Blind Iron Mines. Well, this time we've dug ourselves into a hole, well and truly. Struck Brimstone while shoveling through the mines, and now the rocks are rife with the reek of rotten eggs. The gas grew to be too much to bear. You'll need this clear earth crystal if you're to restore the earth and plug the leak properly. Just mind the safe clouds brought on by the brimstone. Okay. Me too. This past week has been so refreshing trying it. I'm glad. I really am. Because that's all I want, is for people just to have fun with it, you know? And if it's not your thing, that is perfectly cool too. Just means it's not what you enjoy. I don't get a lot of people that are like, you have to like this, or else, you know, it's a moral failing as a person. It's really not. It just means you don't enjoy it. Like, I cannot stand coconut. Cannot stand it. It is absolutely, like, tastes like soap to me. But I can see that people like it, you know? So it's the same thing. As long as you're not handing me as long as you're not handing me dishes and saying you must eat this and having coconut as the only ingredient, we're gonna get along fine. And if you are, and you know I can't stand coconut, then you're being a dick, and I have full rights to smack you. But I'm the only one in my family who likes coconut. Fair enough. I can't stand it. I mean, with a caveat, if it's masked by something else, then I can usually like it. But if it's strong enough, so I can't stand lamingtons, which is an Australian treat, which is basically coconut and chocolate. Can't stand them. And I know it's a big thing for Australians, but I just can't. Now that's a breath of fresh air. For many of the miners, a bit of brimstone is nothing to write home about, but I'm the one who has to write the letters when the gluttons choke to death down there. The price Says Metal's command in the wake of the calamity will make us either rich or dead. Hi, can I please have leather boots? Thank you, kind sir. Oh, we've leveled up to level 10, so I should be able to equip a bunch of new shit. So difficult to crack them open though. Yeah. I can't actually wait to get into the dungeons because I know it's going to be stressful because I'll be playing a tank. But it's also really freaking fun. Although at this point I've done the first dungeon in Satasha like over 100 times because when you queue as healer, that is typically that or a trial that you will get first and foremost. And that's not a bad thing. It's just can be slightly tedious. Okay. I see these quests, I will do them. I'm just looking for the Aurelia at this point and gonna head down towards Morrowby Dry Docks, which is at the other end. You can kind of see it up here. That is where the aetheryte for this area is. Yeah. Sorry, my nose is kind of runny and it's driving me up the wall. There we go. The flying jellyfish. I love the jellyfish. Why did you pick the ladybug? Although I will admit, I do feel bad. I need to kill one more. And then we'll run down to the Morrowbys. Although we will have to run because I'm pretty sure some of the enemies in that area are actually higher level than we are. There we go. What else have we got? We need the Bogey, the Wounded Oryx, and the Megla Crab. Okay, so all of those are in Middle Lanoseka, which is the Summerford Farms area, the area we were just in. I know this because this is not the first time I have leveled up and done the first hunting log levels for a lot of things. So I kind of have an idea of where things are at the start. In general, the starting hunting log will be in the first 1 to 2 areas, and it's just to get you 1 to 2 areas where that class was picked up. So for the pugilist, the hunting log for them will focus, at least the first 2, I think, will mostly focus on Thanalan. It may change as you go higher, but that is a level 11 quest, which I can do. Captain Docerel, stationed at Ocean's Embrace, needs you to track down a guard who has abandoned his duties. You want to be crossing Ocean's Embrace? If you ain't in a hurry to be someplace, I'd rather you hold off a bell or two. Presently, the bridge is in right confusion of wagons and such. Damn things like to collapse. We expect a bit of congestion, what with this being the only bridge connecting the roads from the dry docks to Limsa, but today's traffic is something awful. Speaking of which, what in the 7 hells is Where's Marga? God damn, brain, work with me here. Sorry. Think he's playing at deserting his post at a time like this. Do me a favour, lass. Track down that skittish bugger and tell him to get his ass back to directing the chaos of the Embrace. You couldn't walk 5 feet? You couldn't walk 5 feet. Seriously. I don't feel bad for jellyfish. I would say my order is sheepy, dodo, then jellies. That is a fair order. I respect it. It was only a matter of time before they sent someone after me, I suppose. Aye, I heard you. The bridge is a bloody mess. Truth be told, I wish the damn thing would collapse and save me its suffering. Can't simply wave me hands and have everything suddenly sort itself out, now can I? And if I try reasoning with those demon-spawned coachmen, I'm like to get my head bit off. Listen, if you're not going to let me be, then can you at least have a word with the more irate wagon drivers? You know, soothe their tempers some? That'll be one less headache for me to deal with. Sure thing, chicken wing. I can do that. Ooh, don't know what button I hit there, sorry. I love... I know some people don't like it, but I really like the emote usage in this game. Like, it makes you use them to do this. So, soothe. Please relax, please. Hi. Perhaps you do have a point. I shall endeavour to keep a hold on my temper, if only to see the situation resolved before the moon turns. Hi. Hello, mister. Please relax. Well, if you put it like that, then maybe I'll hold me tongue for a bit. There we go. I love that they do emote usage for this. It's fun. Only time my mind is having to soothe animals and leaves. Do you put the emotes onto the action bar, or are you typing them out? Because 100% that used to annoy me until I put him onto the action bar. Well, I'll be damned. You actually managed to calm the buggers down. You're a miracle worker, and that's the honest truth. All I need is for drivers to heed me directions without all that snapping and snarling, you see. Well, I'd best be at it before they lose their tempers again. Type, yep. Oh, and I appreciate it if you could let Captain Doracell know I'm back on the job. So, how to do this. Go to social emotes, find your particular email. For me, it's soothe. Drag it to the bar. And then when you click it, you will do the emote. It saves you so much time. And it's much less annoying. Westmarger is back at his post, is he? Your tongue must be made of silver to accomplish that feat. You can't handle the yelling, you see. The gods only know how such a delicate flower survived guard training in the first place. And he's never going to survive duty at the bridge now that the work on Victory is a flood of deliveries coming in and out every bloody day. Westmarger better harden up or start looking for a quieter line of work. Pardon me. There we go. Nice. Yeah. It does not tell you can do this, but it will help. It's, I did it with, so you can also do it with any of the emotes that you can do. You can drag onto your bar and click them out away. Most of the time you won't want to waste the space for it, but I usually have one or two, particularly ones I get later called the Victory and Battle Stance emotes because they're really cool looking. But yeah, you can drag them there and it saves you so much time having to type them out. Also, when you type out an emote, if you have to repeat it and you don't want to drag it to your bar and you don't type anything else afterwards, just hit enter and tap up and it will put the last message that you sent into the bar again, like predictive text. You can cycle through messages then, but it's easiest if you haven't done anything, like typed it again or typed anything else. But yeah, got another set of leaves. Yeah, so I would say that as leave quests, but people have told me, and I'm not arguing with them, that it's levy, and I don't know the answer to which one it is. It would make that levy quests, and I'm like, that is a completely fair interpretation of that, but I don't agree. So if I switch in between, that is why. Okay. We're going to pop back to Limsa. Also, early on, gil will be tight, but once you start hitting dungeons, you will make enough gil to forget about this, the teleport costs. Because at that point, you won't have to worry about it. A ledger from Melivern's Gate, you say? Yes. Yet more outstanding duty payments. When will those merchants ever learn? Very well. If I catch sight of any adventurers... Holy shit! Snow White. Hello? Oh. Hi! But I gotta tell her that I love her outfit. Holy crap! And hello! I got almost 100k right now. Of course 20k came from that person, then FC. Holy shit, you've got the sage! That is so cool! Sorry, I'm a child. But I'm also a hoarder. Completely fair. Huh. Oh, thank you guys. I have no idea who you are, but this is the kind of shit I mean for, like, Final Fantasy. Oh, they're gone. Bye! They got taken into a dungeon, I'm assuming. Or they just left. Either is fine. But that is kind of what I mean. I know I skipped through some dialogue, but I had to respond because social anxiety is a bitch. Have you any luck obtaining the fresh lamb? Please hurry, the guests are arriving any moment now. Yes, there you go. 4 slices of fresh lamb, and right in the nick of time. Thank you ever so much. Just times like this I feel I've fulfilled my role. I used to be a chef myself, you see, but my skills weren't quite up to par. So when the Bismarck expanded its operations, I asked to be made as provisioner instead. That way I can still be part of the business in spite of my shortcomings. That was really sweet. We've got to run in, past them, the log assessor. So tanks and healers make the most. Tax evaders amongst our patrons, you say? Goodness me. Here you go, lovely. I dare say this may well put an end to their appetite, but this is in the best interest of the city-state. If any of the merchants named in this ledger come to dine with us, I shall see that Melivan's gate is notified without delay. Why, thank you. Oh, I get both. Sweet. So tanks make the most gold, followed by healers, and then DPS. Because they get paid more. Later on, you have access to the duty roulette. And you see this adventure in need. Most often, tanks and healers are at the top of that list. Right now, it's a healer. But that changes depending on, obviously, the time of day and what's in need at the time. The higher your level, like the higher your discrepancy between your level and the level of the duty, the more you get paid. It's to encourage people to do the old duties as well for the newbies. It's a really good system, actually. So you slew a few rats. Good on you, lass. This bloke comes through the other day and plops this huge sack the size of a bleeding gobu on the counter and saying any man what slays rats can have something from within. When I inquires as to why, all he says is the damn noise they make when scurrying about is driving him insane. He asked me, though, he was already a bit touched. Something tells me the poor lad'll never find peace. I'm getting a hat. Because I have to. Because look at this. Look at this! And I'm gonna be a thing anyway, so it'll be fine. Placing those in my armory chest. We will get rid of them. We will do a proper, like, clean out of my inventory at some point. But right now it's not full, so it's fine. But it's nice. It's fun. Honestly, I just really, really love Final Fantasy. I mean, 100% Final Fantasy is the wrong name because they've had 16 of the fucking games now and it's not been the final one yet. But I really enjoy this game. I really enjoy the world. And just the fun people have with this is amazing to me. And that's what I want to kind of share with people. I want them to have that feeling, to sit down and watch this with me and be like, oh my god, look at this care that has been put into this game. That's what I want. It's probably ridiculous, but I just want people to have fun. That's my goal in all of this. You are returned to me a different woman. Already your face shows a harder cast, a realization of the slaughter of which you are capable. But there is much training to be done before you will wield the axe to its fullest potential. Learn well your lessons, build your strength, and make of each swing an instinctive act. Every blow of your weapon will clear another step towards the mastery of the Marauder way. Implacable, relentless, such must be your momentum on both the practice grounds and the battlefield. Hey look, we can do another quest. Lilith, you approached me with a marauder's strides, determined, unswerving, and bereft of the hesitation that marked our first meeting. I am pleased. The time has come for you to begin a new stage in your training. Now what sets the axe aside from the gladius or the dagger? It is the raw, unstoppable destruction wrought by its thick, heavy blade, and that overwhelming power can only be properly directed by extraordinary physical strength. Thus, we come to the core of today's lesson. Such strength as a marauder must possess is developed through the traditional method passed down through generations of the guild, a method that you too shall be taught to employ. Present yourself to Brennabar in the practice area downstairs, and he shall instruct you further. I've tried 7 and 13 before, otherwise not much. I own some more on Steam, but I didn't really like turn-based combat, but I'm glad I found this one. I'm glad. I can definitely see where you're coming from on the turn-based combat. I enjoy it, but I can see why people don't. The thing that confused me was 13's, and they've done this on other ones, but the one that gave me the most trouble adjusting was their active time combat, in that you had a constantly filling bar that would allow you to do your actions. And I'm like, that makes sense, but also I need a second to plot out my move, please. I got used to it. I finished the game. It was a lot, but it was fun. It was very fun. The Axe Master told me you'd be on your way. My name's Bronabar. Good it is to meet a new marauder. Now we axe wielders build strength and control by splitting boulders. That's right, our traditional method involves smashing a rock with your axe. But you can't use any old swing, you need to hit the rock just so. Rock game. A fellow marauder is waiting just outside the Zephyr Gate, by the bridge over the Rogue River. She'll tell you how it's done. Cool, I get to go hit things with my axe. My day is complete. 7 holds a special place in my heart. Especially the remake, because it is a rare thing for a remake to make you feel the same sense of nostalgia and warmth that not the same sense of nostalgia, but to feel the warmth and excitement that you felt that the first game gave you. And that is what, even though it was a much smaller chunk and it didn't do everything that I wanted it to do, which was fair because it was a lot of work, I'm not blaming them, I still felt like a giddy kid playing that game, and that's all I wanted. Like, I love the story, but what I was there for was that feeling, and that's what I got. So in my eyes, it's aces. Were there things that could have been improved? Sure, but I had fun. So greetings, lass. Ready to split some stone, are ya? I've 3 nice hard rocks for you to build up a sweat on. Don't try nothing fancy now. Just hit 'em with a good, solid, heavy swing. Sure thing. I've heard a lot of people like that one. Usually seems to fall to 6 or 7 for their favorite. Fair. I actually haven't played 6. Or at least I don't remember 6. And that's not because I didn't want to. I just had a phase. And I was hoping it would get remastered. So I could play it. That's the way to do it, lass. Now you've got the idea. Why don't you have at him? A little harder with that heavy swing of yours. Hold nothing back. Okay. So my plan with the fates is to, at some point, get a list of all the fates and create a spreadsheet of each fate in each area, and then mark them off as complete on stream. So do a day like where we just go through and do all the fates. That's why I'm not super concerned about the ones right now, because I'll probably end up doing them later, and that way everyone can see that I'm doing them. But yeah. Hi, I can see you're a natural. My head's still ringing with the sound of your cracking boulders. Take yourself back to Axemaster Wurzen and know Let me know you're ready for something harder. Good God, I promise my accents are normally better than this. At least I hope they are. Anyway. I will admit that the first section of this game, the Realm Reborn storyline, which is the main game, has some issues in its quest pacing sometimes. So you will notice, as you do this, that there is a lot of fetch questing. And that is very irritating later on in the game. You're like, just let me do the fucking thing, please. I want to play this game. Let me play this game. Let me do something cool. But, one, they learn from their experience, and so as you go through the game and into the expansions, that drops off. You feel like your decisions matter a lot more. I love Limsa. Fucking hell. But it is such a responsive game. You feel like there is so much to do, and there is. So, there's something for everyone, I guess. Has the training loosened your muscles and focused your mind, Lilith? An urgent request for help has arrived from the Red Rooster Stead, and I've chosen you to respond. It appears a hostile group of megalocrabs has unwittingly elected itself the next test of your prowess. As this is your first outing on official marauder duty, you shall be accompanied by a veteran conjurer by the name of Sulquib. She awaits you on the floor below. May devastation follow when you awake. Why can't we ever get these greetings in real life? I would love if somebody, at the end of a pleasant conversation, went, may devastation follow when you awake, and meant it with all the sincerity that they could muster. Like, come on. That is some Archwitch shit. Which I'm 100% in for. Might give my mind a simpler plan. I like it. Aye, Lilith, I know who you are. My brother often has me escort his fledgling marauders on their more dangerous tasks. I suppose when Zoan expects me to give you the details then? Very well. It seems the farmers need us to clear out a megalocrab nest near the Mourning Widow in Lower Lanaseca. Lanosia. Jesus, brain. I shall trust you to find your own way there. Just don't forget your axe. May devastation follow in your wake, Lucky. Thank you, Garva. See? That is such a cool thing to say, though. Like, I mean, it doesn't have to be devastation. If I could legit say, may the sun and stars guide your way to somebody, and not have them look at me like I was insane, I would do it. 100% I would do it. One, because I just love the idea of granting celestial guidance on somebody to help them on their way. That is just a really sweet thing to do. But I can't, because people would look at me like, what the fuck are you on? Oh. Don't mind me, just fixing up. Stupid chronic pain. I'm okay. So my plan is to grab a couple of the other classes, so the Arcanist and the Rogue, and set about just completing the questline in this area. Welcome to the Arcanist Guild. It is here we research and develop the field of Arcanemia. Fucking hell. Arcanema is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence to draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. If you prefer an arcane art built on structured thought and precise reasoning, then your discerning intellect may find a home here at our guild. Might you consider enrolling yourself as initiates? Yes. Aha! Just as I predicted. Before we proceed any further, however, let us feed your appetite with knowledge. For knowledge with a morsel of guild history, god damn it. The roots of Arcanemia can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express the natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Oh no, it's math. My one weakness. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formulae were developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns that allowed a practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as Arcanists, and the school of Arcanemia is born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their time in Limsa, arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elite and soon secured positions in realms of governance and council. The knowledge of an arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Merewib, counting several wielders of Arcanimia among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of the art. Hello, Joker! Welcome on in, hope you're doing well. So at the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanist Guild was established and funding was provided for research and training. My life. The complex and demanding nature of Arcanimia, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you invite such cerebral challenges, then you have but to reaffirm your commitment to joining our guild. Yes. Well, have you decided to enroll in our guild? Or are you now intimidated by the thought of excessive thinking? Your sound judgment is to be commended. Now standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster that you might convey your intentions in person. Due to extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at present. Instead, you may speak with Mistress Thurbagim. She has shouldered full responsibility for the guild's leadership in the interim. You will find her just over there, by the bookshelves. You needn't be shy. Though her mind is sharp and critical, her manner is always most welcoming. Gotta say, love me an academical Ruttigan. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Joker. It's good to see you. I did say that. My brain's like, did I? No, I did. Gotta remember, hydrate, otherwise I will be sick. Yes, I am Thurbagim. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. As Muri has doubtlessly explained, I'm acting as I'm serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke about art's origins. Yes, how goes it? It goes well, except my brain is kind of fuzzy. I have a bit of a cold, so I might sound a bit blocked up. I don't know if I do, but I can feel it. But otherwise, I'm having fun, so hope you're having fun now that you're here too. Allow me then to expand upon its nature. Arcanimia taps into the living energies of aether. The evidence of this is represented most aptly, perhaps, by our ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle and the manner of magic which this ethereal ally employs at our command. Again, fair warning to chat. Do not look up Carbuncle without prefacing it with Final Fantasy. Even if you do, you are going to need eye bleach. The core of the discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to a potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, nay, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. It's okay, still running on 2 hours of sleep from yesterday, so I'm running on fumes right now. I might fall asleep out of nowhere. Completely fair. I hope you feel okay. I have been there. I have been kept awake most harshly. Please look after yourself, though. That's more important. If one wishes to make certain the question of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An arcanist is measured by her ability to calmly analyze a situation from moment to moment, and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. You say that like you've looked up Carbuncle before. I have. Don't do it. I shouldn't have done it, but I did. And now I'm telling you, don't do it. I was like, oh, I wonder, you know, I kind of like the look of it. Because at the time I was thinking about getting a tattoo. And I was like, oh, it was called a Carbuncle. I'll just search that. No. Bad choice. Bad choice. The study of Arcanimia will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? Are you prepared to reason? Yes, I am. And ambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Let us see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. Here, take this grimoire in hand, and we shall next judge your aptitude for our discipline. Let's add Arcanist, equip things, and we will move this up. Acting Guildmaster Thurbidum wishes to judge your aptitude for Alchemia. Oh, that's not too bad, lol. You looked it up, didn't you? Look, okay, the one picture I got was so horrifying that I needed to just, like... it's not a XXX thing. At least not the one I saw. It's a growth of some kind. And it's horrifying. Yeah, it's if it was a gemstone, I would 100% be telling everybody to look it up, because hell yeah, I like my pretty gemstones. I am a big fan of crystals, especially ones big enough to throw at people if they harsh your vibe. Dispel negative energy by throwing these crystals. That's my favorite way of doing things. Yeah, no, I had a proper, like, tryptophobic reaction when I saw what it was, so it makes me very ill. And the picture I saw was... Ugh. Anyway, it is a hefty tome, is it not? I promise you a grimoire's weight becomes a comforting anchor amongst the shifting seas of battles. A fact you will soon discover. In Lower La Nacia, you will find amongst others 3 species of pest, wharf rats, little ladybugs, and orlay. I ask that you employ your fledgling skill in Archemia to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. I grew up in a doctor's office due to my folks, so not too scary for me. Completely fair. If I was that, like, if I had that kind of background, it would be completely fair. I do not. I have severe tryptophobia, so anything like that makes me very ill, and I don't want to accidentally trigger anybody else. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I will welcome you in as an official member of the Arcanist Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. Oh. Sorry, gonna sneeze. I'm fine. I figured it was XXX too, haha. But understandable, yep. Reminds me of the time I played a dwarf warrior who carried around a giant rock to throw at enemies. It was replaced with a giant gemstone that was enchanted with gravity magic that made it heavier. Okay. Honestly, that just sounds like fun. And I would 100% call it my smashing stone. Let's go get the rogues, so I can go around this outside bit. There we go. Sweet. That is the fishing guild. So, you'll notice there is no marking on here. There is back. Oh, they changed it. Never mind. My bad. So when they first brought in the rogues, this did not have a marking. You had to go into the area to get it, which was fun. At least, maybe I had a glitched version of the game. There's naught behind these covenant doors for a worldly type like you, Mrs. We're the dutiful sisters of the Edelweiss, all pure and saintly like. Now bugger off. Hang about. I thought you was just some simple errand lass. But now I've had a proper look. You're Lilith, ain't you? Huh? I know it. We like to snilch all the rising talent, and from what I've heard, you're head and shoulders above the rest. If you can handle yourself half as well as they say, you might well be of use to us. Is that because it was added after 2.0? Yes. Well, I don't know. Yes, it was added after 2.0. It's very possible that I just didn't have the icon turn up in my game. But no biggie, it's here. Forget about all that Sisters of the Edelweiss bollocks. That's just a bit of fun to fob off the curious culls. We're a guild of roseless, and it's mainly our marks that does the playing. Me and mine work in the shadows and limbs are taking a keen edge to the rooks and cacklers which earns themselves a million. We don't tout for members every now and then. We might offer a promising young cove a place in the ranks. If you're interested in joining us, tip your daddles and we'll put a hilt in each one, just like God's intended. So what do you say? Fancy learning a new trade? Yes. Close. It was my gem of Splat, because the first time I used it, I made a goblin go splat with it. Good to see you keen, but I should probably warn you on a few points before you dive in. When most guilds take pride in turning their members into the best bloody candlestick makers they can be, we only care about getting the job done. And the job ain't pretty. You become one of us and you'll soon be neck deep in scum and knife fights. So if you're looking to scamper across rooftops and bilk dandies that are blunt, you best take up with a different crew. Think on that and come back if you're still keen. Isn't that such a sweet fucking thing? Like, just nice and short. I didn't scare you off then? Bene. They told me you was a meddlesome lass, and so it's proved. You'll need every ounce of that metal soon enough. Now step inside and have a prattle with Jack. He's our upright man, the master of the guild. Yes, hi. Please let me go inside. I would like to become a stabby girl. Huh. Oh, by the way, now while I have people here, I was given a code for Throne, and I think I've set it up okay. Could someone have a look and tell me if it's working, like if it is there? Because I have no idea what people can actually see. It should be below the stream in my panels. I'm not asking for people to buy anything, don't get me wrong. I just wanted to know that it is showing up. Okay, for what? So, Throne is a gift wish list, basically. It allows people to buy you stuff anonymously and send it without fear of giving out your address. Fiamma, an excellent streamer, a WoW streamer that I greatly respect, gave me a code to skip the waitlist to join this program. So normally it takes a good couple of months. And it was quite... I was completely blown away and super hype about it. But yeah, I just wanted to see if it was working. I saw it listed. Lovely. Thank you. Sadly, the gem of Splat was shattered by an evil sorcerer, lol. Hi, I'm Lilith. I'm the one they call Jack, though I'm surprised you heard of me. Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me your name, along with that of the kindly cove has told you mine. I saw lip gloss and shampoo and such, I think. Okay, yeah. I think I did lipstick, D&D dice, and a book, just to see if it was working. It's kind of like a secret Santa thingy, but made into a site, yeah. So Fiamma, basically told me all about it, and I'm really hype about everything, so I just wanted to make sure it was working. Ah, the famous Lilith. Old Lonnie Left Patch let you in, did he? You can't throw a blade for shite, but that one don't miss naught when it comes to sizing up a dimber mort for the stolen. Just one thing. You ain't a pirate, are you? Well then. It was time you were stalled to the rogue. Pull on your best beater cases and I'll sway you in myself when you're ready. Now I can fill your waddles with the storied history of our guild, but that's just words and wind. The most important thing, the only thing we care about, is getting the job done. Now most folk, I'm assuming you're among them, know that not long after the Limbs' founding, the city was overrun by a motley collection of pirates and thieves. But as wild as that lot were, it soon became clear that they'd all end up killing each other if they didn't lay down a few rules, an unspoken code of conduct, as it were. 1. You don't buy the purses of your fellow Leminsians. 2. You don't rook a crew out of their spoils. And 3. You don't trade culls like there was chattel. I'll admit the finer points of the code are a bit murky, but most agree on those 3 at least. Now you might be thinking, none of that amounts to a sack of dillberries now that the Admiral's outlawed piracy. But in the back alleys and black markets, where Melweb's grip ain't so tight, the code's still alive and well. Just as the law is enforced by the Yellow Jackets, the code is regulated by us rogues. We go where the shadows are darkest, and hand out justice to them as we break the code. Some Roman-soaked code steals good from the wrong cull, and we steal him back. That's the job, my natty lass. Of course, we don't hop the twig when the blade work's called for, neither. You see, there's more to our dagger play than just sticking culls with a pointy end. We'll weaken a mark with poison, fade away and strike with the dark ones. Whatever it takes to get the work done. Well, Lilith, what do you say to that? Got the guts to do a rogue's job? Do you have the guts? Uh-huh. Give me the stabbies. Alright then. First off, we'll have to get your kit sorted out. A rogue needs to be light on a doobie just to stay on a mark's trail. The job might have you fighting across the decks or weaving through a mob, and the last thing you want is a bleeding great battle axe which hooks itself on every rope and post. That's why we stick to daggers. They let you slip through the streets just as easy as they slip through a rook's ribs. Reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean with the coat. Yeah. Here, take these stabbers and let's see how they look on you. Just don't get so excited with your new toys that you forget to dress for the role. You'd be surprised at how many cults come back to me in their bloody small clothes. So tempted to do that now. Not going to. But I was tempted. Da, 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 da. Huh. Now I can summon the carbuncle. Cool. Going to equip this. Going to add a new gear set. Move set up. Move set up. Move set up. Pardon me. Hey. Okay, I can breathe again. Managed to strap on those daggers without cutting yourself? Well, we're off to a good start, I'd say. Next, you want to get a feel for the weight and speed of your new weapons. I reckon those bleating cheats in the fields outside Limsus should serve for your first lesson. Aye, test your blades on a few of them lambs, then slice up some rats and pugils for good measure. Mind that you mill them beasties one at a time, though, lass. I know you've served far worse in the past, but you're no dimber-damber with them stabbers just yet. Okie dokie. What's happening? Everything just went weird. This is fine. Okay, that's fine. Sorry about that. But now I got my stabbers. Also, if you press C, you fall into your battle stance. It's lots of fun. Not the sheep again. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm going to also get the fisherman while we're here. Because, again, that is something I can do in off time and level up. Well, a well-wishing welcome to you, adventurer friend. You've worked your way to Fisherman's Bottom. When you fish just for a day, you can call a culinarian, but we fishermen feast for life. I've set the bait. Think you're ready to bite? Yes. Hooray, hooray! Looks like we've got a live one. Let me walk you through the life of a fisherman in Limsa. Since we're surrounded by the seas, the fishing sites are a fisherman's delight. If you can't fish it here, you can't fish it anywhere. While some of us rope out fish in with rods and reels, others skim the seabed with nets for creepy-crawly critters. You might say we cast a wide net. People prattle about our pullers just about everywhere in Limsa. And there's much more I haven't mentioned. We shepherd the ships, preside over the ports, manage the mongers, all the while while making sure not to leave any adventurers out to sea. I'll wager you prefer to work alone, so we'll start you off with the rod and reel. Now you may not necessarily net the numbers net fishing yields, but pole fishing positively pulls prettier prizes. And that's the long and short of it. When you're ready for another bite of bait, I'll reel you in before the guildmaster. Stabby, yes. There's a line in Dragon Age Origins that has stuck with me all my life since I played it, and that is, I am Princess Stabbity, stab, stab, kill, kill. It's the dumbest line, and I fucking love it. The Fisherman Guildmaster is my favourite. Yes. I'd hate to hear you've had a change of heart. You haven't, haven't you? Spoken like a true Spoken truly like a true bespoke fisherwoman. Well then, it's time you met the guildmaster. But unfortuitously, unfortunately, and somewhat ironically, our nefarious netmaster is out fishing at the moment. This moment and every moment, that is. So Sissy Poo tends to tend to the tasks that require tending to, such as deciding whether you'll sink or swim with a guild. Sissy Poo is presiding over those pools whenever you do decide to say hello. She might seem somewhat standoffish, but she's only keeping an eye out for sharks. Be yourself and you have nothing to worry about. Sure thing. I didn't just jump on in the water. What are you talking about? Yes, save your breath. I heard every word between you and Normulka. So I know she told you my role here. As she said, Wallawago's supposed to be the guildmaster, but apparently he has bigger fish to fry, so all his work falls to me. That includes making sure our new fish aren't shellfish idiots or potential enemies. You passed the first test by not laughing at that awful joke. Now you only need the right answer to this question. Are you prepared to fish like you've never fished before? Yes. Well, you're smarter than the majority of bottom dwellers that find their way here. Welcome to the guild. Now, this wouldn't be much of a guild if we sent you out to sea with only a pole and a prayer. So I suppose I can spare you a few pearls of wisdom. Nevertheless, you're still going to need that pole and prayer, so I can at least provide you with the former. Here you go. 1 out of 2 ain't bad. I'll even throw in these luckworms since you'll not like to get far without bait. Nevertheless, the rods we bestow upon our new fish are priceless objects, which is to say they don't cost anything. Once you know what you're doing, you'll probably want a proper one. But in the meantime, let's see if you can figure out how to hold your pole. Ready the one I gave you, and the lesson can begin. Fishing log, which we will have to do now. We're not going to... I'm not going to do that right now, obviously. Sissy Poo would like to assign you your first task. You're looking quite formidable. Let's hope you don't scare all the fish away. Now, the first rule of fishing is to hold on to your rod. Take care of your rod, and your rod will take care of you. Let me know if I'm going too fast for you. Since you're new here, we're going to start small, and they don't come much smaller than anchovies. You'll find schools of anchovies swimming around outside in Galadian Bay, so you can catch your meager supper without even walking 10 yards. Anchovies are hardly the most cunning fish in the sea, making them an ideal first assignment. Simply bait a hook with some of those lugworms I gave you, dip it in the water, and the fish will practically catch themselves. Okay. We're not going to be doing that. One thing that the game doesn't tell you straight away, but is available to you once you hit, I think, level 10, is down here at the ferry docks, fishing expeditions. They will give you a shit ton of experience and a bunch of stuff to that you will find very useful. You can even get a mount from them, which is cool. You have to get a certain score, however, and that takes a while. So let's go back to my Arcanist. Reminds me of Stabathath, a very stabby halfling who I've had the chance of seeing in 2 different campaigns. Their response to every problem, can I stab it? Yes. I like that definition of prices. You get a breadcrumb quest next to Sissy Poo at 10, I think. Okay. Lower la, let's say. Okay, cool. So, now, we're going to move that there. We're going to summon the carbuncle. Move its little bar all the way up here. I don't really need it. And cast Ruin. Alrighty then, Noms is online again. I'm going to fall asleep in his stream. Have fun. I hope you rest well. Say hi to Noms for me. And thank you very much for coming in. I will. I always have fun with these kind of things. So, but thank you for saying it. So, Arcanist is one of the other ones that get a healing ability because they do turn into a scholar later. we just got the basic physic, and it costs a lot of MP, so don't think you can sustain a whole dungeon on physic. That would be a bad choice. But it does make them relatively hardy, especially with the Carbuncle's ability, which is a barrier, basically, at this point. Ah, we have killed all the things I need to kill here is this, so we're going to switch back to the rogue. We just got a shade shift, which allows us to basically do a shield as well, but it doesn't provide any healing, and it has a long ass cooldown. It sucks. Thaumaturge doesn't get any healing, I found out today. First time I used a potion. Fair. Yeah. It is a little frustrating, but it keeps the synergy high for the rest of the teams. At least in my opinion. I could be wrong. Especially because pound for pound, especially at later levels, DPS, like the damage that the Thaumaturge can put out is insane. Like, they are some of the highest DPS classes. So I can see why they didn't get a healing thing. Oh dear. Thank you. I'm getting yanked around by toads. But I like this place up. Yeah. It is kind of fun. It does take a bit of thinking if you've played melee quests a lot. Sorry, I got distracted. My brain was like, no, we do not talk right now. We're getting eaten. That is a much higher problem. I like the movement of the rogue. Cane Toad's notwithstanding. It's a very dynamic kind of class, and this one will transition into the ninja subclass, which is really fun, and it is entirely weeb, and I love it. I love it so fucking much. Need to be my Arcanist again. Hello. Makes sense, they used to do that with the mage class, and wow, even the playsign reminds me of Arcane Mage in that game. Using up all your mana and such. Yeah. I can definitely see the similarities. Honestly, I haven't had that much chance to play Thaumaturge. Thaumaturge and Pugilist are the two classes that I've never really sunk my teeth into, other than the tanks as well. Oh, there we go. We can upgrade our thing now. We can now summon the Ruby Carbuncle. So basically the way this works is you will fill up this bar. You will summon your Carbuncle, fill up this bar, and then this red gem will light up. And then you can summon the red Carbuncle, changing this skill. Depending on what you summon, because you get little different colored gems later. It's a lot to deal with at the start. And it's one of the more difficult changes I think they made. But, I mean, I respect it. Certainly means you're doing stuff. Looks as if nobody's home. I hope they knew we were coming. Aid! I need aid! Please, please, it's my grandson. The snippers have got him. I told Sigurd not to get too close. I told him. Get that weapon ready, Lilith. We need to move. Now. Uh-huh. Let me stab things. I really like Pugilist so far. The different fighting forms are fun too. Of course, I'm still very low level on all classes. Fair, fair. You are just starting out, so... But I hope you do continue to enjoy it. I don't like the noises they're making. Ah, bugger and shite! Get away from me, you bloody great bastard! Oh. Don't worry, kiddo. I got you. Maybe run. Okay. We're in another instance battle. First things first, in these battles, always kill the small things first. Because the big things take forever to die. You got straight too far from my sight. I'm fine, I'm right here. I do like the feeling that this kind of gives you, like, you are a tank, you are, well, not right now, but that whole scene gave you the feeling of you do stand between your team and getting hurt. It's a nice feeling. Ooh, I learned my stun action. Put that up there. Ooh, Rock Splitter's turned up. Hello, buddy. Can I please use my overpower? I would really like my AoE attack. Probably didn't need to waste that then, but whatever. There are a lot of crabs here. Why would you go first? There we go. Duty complete. Thank you, miss. I thought I was dead for sure. I can't even play outside no more with these scary monsters about. Me ma, me da. They were both killed by some nasty bugger not so long ago. An aurochs, big as a mountain. But I bet you could beat it. Aye, and make it pay for what it did to me folks. You take it easy now, son. There's a whole guild full of strapping lads and lasses like Lilith who'll be glad to do just that. All you need to do is head home with your grandpa. You let us worry about that big nasty bugger. I'm also very amused that your character does not talk. Consider your first duty a success, Lilith. It's time you headed back as well, before Wyzonin begins to worry I've left your corpse for the crabs. Do you do that often? Leave failed marauders for the crabs? Does this happen a lot, lady? Answer me. It's important. While we're here... can I upgrade? Yes. Really? Fair enough. Far be it from me. Just say anything. Let's switch to my Arcanist. Do I have to kill anything in this area? Yes. Oh, I need to kill 3 of those. Nice. Oh. I'm really enjoying. Like, it's a good thing I do enjoy this because I've restarted this game so many fucking times. But I hope everybody's well. Hope everyone is doing good. Hope you're having fun. I know I'm a little bit awkward today. I think I'm just awkward. I don't know if I can call it just today. I think I'm just awkward in general. But, it is nice to just be able to sit here and just natter on. I don't get a lot of opportunities to do that. Especially with this chronic illness that I have. And that is mostly because talking for long periods of time hurts. Hello! Cohen has information that may interest wealthy adventurers. Mind looking into something for me, adventurer? It may even be of interest to you, in fact. I'm told plots within the mist are to be auctioned off. You, me, hells, even a 12-damned wandering minstrel could purchase their own piece of land of Seer. And upon that plot of land, you'd be free to build a house for you and yours. You can't tell me that thought isn't slightly appealing, can you? It's a bit surprising that the Thalassocracy had time and resources to prepare such an area, what with the kobolds and the primals causing all manner of trouble. But who am I to judge the priorities of politicians, much less pirates, eh? Besides, I'd like nothing more than to own my own home. I've yet to verify the truth of the tale just yet, though. If you've no objections to taking a detour from your adventures, why not head towards the gate to the mist and see if there's a Maelstrom representative who can confirm or deny these land auctions? Even though I've just started, I already feel a deep connection to my character. I hope it prevents me from resetting. Fair. I get so involved in these games, you have no idea. Like, there's a side quest. Hi, Tiny. Bumping in to say hi. And Milk. Hello, Tiny. How are you doing? How's the packing going? I hope you pulled it together. Just got off work, lol. Well, welcome on in. As you can see, I am just talking the shit. Going home to pack now. Nice. Hope it's successful. Good luck, because packing is evil and difficult on the best of days. Has some moles you would like? I am not a surgeon. If a lifetime of meticulous research into the advancement of the agricultural arts has told me anything, it is the fruits of knowledge are incapable of preserving themselves. Without an adventurer's brawn to protect them, I fear all my work will come to naught. Should I pack dice? Yes. Doesn't matter where you're going. Yes, you should pack dice. Although, it would be really, really funny if you went on your trip and then joined in the Discord call for the D&D game from that place that you're going. And just, maybe your internet connection would be better. I talk a lot of shit for someone with an internet connection that likes to disappear on me daily. Take, for example, the splendid ogre pumpkin crop I was able to cultivate. Years of hypothesizing and testing at last made tangible, only to be snatched away by those subterranean saunas, the clever hedge moles. I've already engineered the pumpkins to resist fire, drought, frost, weeds, insects, and festive rituals. Yeah, good chance I DC. Have fun with stream. Thank you for dropping in. I really appreciate it. Good luck with packing. Let me know if it overwhelms you so I can send moral support. I just need someone to kill the moles. Okay, that's better than what I thought we were going to have to do. Mogrim had a little lamb. They call me the stead shepherd, but all three kinds of livestock we breed here fall under my crook. Nevertheless, sheep remain my first love, my one true passion. Please don't talk about sheep that way. So you can imagine my dismay at finding my flock in frumpy fleece. I can't very well take worn-out wool to market. A sheep with no shine is good for nothing but mutton. But where there's wool, there's a way. See what Chartain has to say. You presume an awful lot. I have like 6 Discord notifications and I am terrified to open them. Mogrim had some little lambs whose fleece were white as snow, but everywhere the lambs went, lice was sure to go. Now we're stuck with lousy sheep. In the time it takes me to brush one clean, the lice spread to 2 more. I just can't keep up with them by myself. If you could brush 3 shaggy sheep for me, we might be able to wipe out the infestation altogether. Let Mogrim know his sheep are in ship shape once he finished. I like this quest. Combing sheep is always fun. Yes. Although, it is funny that you're just like, pew! The shaggy sheep looks relieved. The sheep is so fucking cute. Look at those little faces. There we go. We will go and do this. Oh. For an adventurer, you certainly know how to wield a lice comb. As I'm sure you've found, sheep are delicate souls that require delicate care. Truly wonderful wool requires time, love, and tenderness. You must caress their coats ever so gently. Listen to their soft bleating in your ear. Feel the warmth of their breath on your neck. Is anyone else uncomfortable? Much ado about dodos. They may call it the red rooster stead, but no, make no mistake, dodos are the bird that keep this stead steady. Those sweet and tender eggs, that succulent meat, so long as you remove a dodling's poison glands, you're in for some scrumptious and healthy poultry. They're so delicious, I have to remind myself some birds just aren't meant to be caged, or perhaps I don't. Talk to Expion and see if we can't return those exquisite creatures to their pen. Hero in the making, guys. Hero in the making. Am I ever pleased to see you? I was about to cry foul, but with your help we can round them up. Be sure to read the tooltip on the item you have to use. Okay. These dim-winded dodos pecked through the fencing and fled the coop. Luckily they know better than to leave the stead. There are 3 bolting dodos in all. If you spot one, just throw one of these dodo sized sacks over its head. Once you've called all 3 birds, would you mind leaving them in Mogram's care? I need to repair the fencing before we can return them to this enclosure, you see. Whatever would you put in an empty dodo-sized sack? Who knows? You got me. I am completely befuddled. Does it change if I... It does. Whatever could be thrashing about in this dodo-sized sack. Yep. It gets an updated tooltip once you catch one. Again, I am completely oblivious. I have no idea what could be thrashing around in this dodo-sized sack that I just used to catch a dodo. Absolutely weird. There's no way to figure it out at all. Oh, I gotta put my hat on, because now I have my wizard hat. I look a proper wizard now. I'm being able to sprint. I like imagining lugging around 3 giant sacks of squawking birds and being able to sprint. Yes. I really like the idea of them just watching you do this and being like, what the fuck is going on? I heard everything. Hand me the dodos. Kind of rude. Oh, my precious darlings. Without that poison breath, they're defenseless out in the wild. Daddy Dodo gets so worried. This guy really likes his animals. And now my dodos have a mommy. You'll stay around and look after my babies, won't you? At least until they're ripe for slaughter. No, I will not. I object most heartily. Not a chance. What a horrific thing to say to somebody you've just met. So somebody told me that you can't actually die from fall damage in this game. If it's too high, you won't be able to jump off, and if you do take damage, you can go all the way down to 1 HP. So you might die to something else at the bottom of there, but you won't die to the fall, which is kind of impressive. What is it, adventurer? Ah, yes, the auctions. By the order of Admiral herself, myths and all plots within are to be sold exclusively to adventurers, as to encourage their immigration to Lim Solo Minsa. Why only adventurers, you ask? Practical necessity, really. Lim Solo Minsa is in dire need of fresh blood. Capable, courageous adventurers who will fight her foes and protect her interests. Those who build a home here will have that much more incentive to aid us. As for what manner of place Mist is, I think it's best that you journey there and see for yourself. Please direct any other questions you might have to the recruit station just past the entrance. Yes. Really? That's cool. And rogues give you even more jumping room before getting hurt. Yeah! It's actually a really nice bit of, Ooh, wow. Oh yeah, they for sale now. I need to get 3 million gil in a few days. It's a really nice little thing that lets you feel like your class choice does something different. The pandas in WoW have a similar thing. It's called bouncy. Fair enough. I respect it. Oh, they do. I remember that. Yeah. Greetings, adventurer, and welcome to Mist. A Laminsian sent you say? Ah, that's unfortunate. All Laminsians are barred from participating in the auctions, you see, on the fact that they're, well, Laminsian. Admiral's decree. If you find the area to your liking, though, please consider speaking with the resident caretaker. She can guide you through the process of purchasing a plot for yourself. There we go. Let's leave. Yeah. I've still got to join the frickin' Ninkum Guild on this character. I keep meaning to and forgetting to. Because I have to organize for one of the other players to jump online and then send me an invite so I can get the buff. Once I have joined, anyone who is willing, would like to, can join me. Also, I have a Discord. By the way, I have to keep remembering to tell people about my Discord. I have a Discord, so please come and join me. Keep me company, because I could use the company. There you are. What news have you brought me? For the purposes of luring adventurers to Limsa Laminsa. That's unfortunate, but it does explain a great deal. Looks like my dream of owning my own home will have to wait a little longer. But don't you worry about me. My day will come soon enough. Pardon me? Pandas are naturally clumsy IRL, so that makes sense. I've never identified more with a panda. I'm so clumsy. I once stepped off the side of a path, twisted my ankle, like it did this sharp, like that kind of motion, and tore a ligament in my ankle. And the doctor was like, how? It was very funny and very painful. But it was off the side of a path. Not even a dramatic drop, it was just the side. Hug. Oh, thank you. Hugs. Appreciated. But yeah, I love having company, so please do come join me in the Discord. It's kind of small at the moment, but I'm hoping it will grow, and I'm hoping it'll be a place that everybody can kind of just come together, chill, share memes about things. At the moment, there's D&D memes, which I'm 100% here for. I once broke a bone in my foot on the treadmill, I think. A small bone. Ouch. My sympathies. Breaking bones sucks. I mean, that's not a hot take by any means. Everyone knows that it sucks. But you still have my sympathies, nonetheless, even if I'm awkward about expressing them. So after this, we will pop over to... Oh god. We'll pop over to Middle Lanacea and pick up the rest of the Rogues Guild quest. Finish that up. And then possibly do some questing, like some main story stuff. Because I'm sure you guys would like to see some plot content here and there. So, I think I've mentioned this before, but in case I haven't, my plan is to do all of the quest content, so like the cutscenes and shit, do that on stream with you guys, so you're not missing anything out. But I might level and shit on my own, and so if you guys are online and see me online, feel free to kind of say hello or anything like that. Yeah, just so that you're not having to watch me make boring progress. There's actually like speed to this. Well, that was so easy. It makes me wonder why I've spent my life formulating complex solutions to problems rather than merely going around killing things. Nevertheless, it's too late to alter my methods now. I'll continue to focus on the complex solutions and have you stick around to kill things. What hubris. What arrogance to believe that I, one woman alone, could overcome the unfathomably vast and profound mysteries of nature. But with you here, I'm sure we can do it. No. Beetlejuice. Care to partake in the inexorable march of science? Only time I've ever broken a bone. Only time I've ever broken a bone. But yes, I'm somehow clumsy enough to break a bone. Well, you are in good company. Yeah, I broke my ankle when I was a kid. So I chipped off a bit of it. I tore my ligament a couple of times. I broke my collarbone. I don't think you can see it, but I have a split nail basically with a scar that goes all the way around. Because as a child, I stuck my finger in a broken clock and my nan yanked me out of it and it sliced off the tip of my finger. It's perfectly healed though, just with a scar. Plus all this chronic illness shit. So, you're in good company, my friend. Oh, I also have a scar, up on here, where I was dancing to the Wiggles as a kid around a wooden chair. It was the first time my aunt was looking after me. And I slipped and cracked my head open on a wooden chair, blood pouring down my face. And I was freaking out. And I'm just like, Auntie? And she saw me, went white as a ghost. It was so fucking... It's funny now. Right then, it was like, why are you freaking out? It didn't hurt. Of course it didn't. It hurt a lot. My poor mum, though. My poor mum. She was pregnant at the time. And everyone was trying to be so gentle about it. And that infuriated her. Because she's like, just tell me what's going on. Stop this dancing around shit and tell me. Although I think my dad got the worst of that option. Because I had and still have a deathly fear of needles. I'm a lot better with them now, but it's been hard work to get to that point. He had to hold me down so they could give me stitches because I was freaking out, having a proper like tantrum. I was like 5 or 6. I was very young. But that meant he was like holding me down. His head was like right here. So he is like eye level with these stitches going through my head. I felt so bad about it later. Can different areas of the world add people as friends? Because I'm in the NA servers. Not yet, but they are doing something soon, which is a data center visiting. So you could visit the Australian servers from the North American data centers. I don't know when that's coming in though. It should be coming in pretty soon. The concoction I'm currently formulating could change horticulture as we know it. Imagine a fluid one could strew over crops to ward off pests. All I need are some ladybugs with someone to squash them. Ladybugs simply cannot resist aphids. Find some Arctic lavender, dab it with a bit of aphid nectar, and they'll come swarming to the slaughter. Oh god. Sounds like fun. I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. I'm a lot redder on that than I am in real life. Oh. I will say, I really like the effect over the book. And they lean into that a lot later as you build through the character. Lucky. It feels cool. It also feels a little bit ridiculous when you're doing the same spell over and over again. But, you know, what can you say? I'm also going to put a potion on here because it's probably a wise choice. But yeah. I'm sorry, my brain just does these weird tangents sometimes. I was just like, like, did they actually make... never mind. They even say that later, lol. Like, you're not a novice anymore, so don't just keep casting Ruin over and over again. Fuck you, I will cast Ruin if I want. That's me later, not at you, by the way. You can't tell me how to play my character. It's elementary, really. Aphids live in fear of ladybugs, and so applying the scent of ladybug blood to our crops is certain to ward off parasites. We are manipulating the laws of nature. Question. Won't the ladybug blood bring something else? Of course, we could have just let the ladybugs go on defending the crops as always and not squash them for their viscera, but I hardly see the science in that. Lady, you need help. Okay. Ow. Let's pop back to Limsa Lovinsa. Gosh, I love the outfits people do. Can't wait. So I could buy a bunch of shit, but I only have 6,000 gil, so I need to get into those dungeons at some point. Gotta drink. Drink, Rhiannon. Remember. Oh, that was a mistake. That's so flat. Oh god, that was awful. By the way, what do you think of the new lighting? Someone advised me that having the blue so heavy was tiring people's eyes out to watch, so I went a little bit lighter on the blue. Does that help at all, do you think? I see the great creatures beyond the walls pose you little threat. It is with great pleasure then that I formally recognize your initiation into the guild. From this day forth you may proudly bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays into the wilderness and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There is no finer teacher than the heart's mistress of experience. And when you feel you can command a carbuncle as easily as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instruction. I will be waiting. Ah, Lilith, isn't it? Are you eating well? An empty stomach distracts the mind and leads to hurried judgment. I must oft remind my arcanists to take meals, so ensconced do they become in their studies. Speaking of which, have you been practicing your tactics with Carbuncle? I believe it is time to assess the improvement of your skills. As with your previous trial, I would have you defeat foes in Lower Lancia. 3 wild dodos and 3 tiny mandragoras, just to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of your opponents, formulate an effective strategy, and utilize your arcane entity to its fullest potential. I expect you back in time for lunch. I'm weird because I actually prefer flat soda at times. Yeah, you like what you like. It does not faze me. Although if you told me right here, right now, to my face that you prefer drinking absinthe in shots, we might have something to discuss. I didn't notice, to be honest, on the lighting law. That's fine. It's a very small change. I've still got the blue, so it's not that big a deal. Yeah. There we go. What am I doing? I need my little... Need to be my rogue. I actually think I'm going to take a quick break. Mostly because my drinks have run out and I need to refill them. So, I'm going to transition us to the Be Right Back screen. And I'm going to leave you with the dulcet sounds, hopefully, of sweet music. Otherwise, you might get some construction shit. And if that happens, I will change it. Actually being next to the fucking thing is probably not a good idea. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I just need to refill my water. And I will see you then. I hope you stick around. And if you don't, that is completely fine. I really appreciate you for showing up anyway. Alright, I will see you soon. Again, I am back. Don't mind me. I just had to go get a drink, because otherwise I would not be able to talk tomorrow. Let me just transition back to the game. Hello, hello. As you can see, I took us to a slightly more scenic route. Scenic place. Let me make sure it's switched over. Hopefully my mic is coming through, because I did unmute it. Who knows? I've got this on the wrong way round. I'm an idiot. Cord on the left. Thank you, brain. Not a big alcohol drinker, so can't comment. Fair enough. I can't actually drink alcohol. The antidepressants that I'm on don't allow me to. And the other meds, obviously. But it is a bad idea to drink antidepressants. Drink while on antidepressants. Hi! Thank you for the warm welcome. Hopefully you weren't too bored without me. I wasn't gone too long, hopefully. I literally went, I need to go get a drink. Bye. Fast as I've moved all day. I literally could not actually sit up under my own power yesterday. Not because I was, like, drunk or anything. Obviously I can't drink. But I was in the middle of a really bad pain spike. And I literally could not move. It was that bad. I basically just laid down for the whole day. On the plus side, I did catch up on a lot of sorted food, which was fun. I got some food. Ooh, what you got? Make me jealous. For me. I do love the speedy level up that you can get with this. Very handy. Didn't need to kill this one. Oh well. Gotta go kill the little lambs. Mary had little lamb. Has anyone heard like the really creepy version of Mary Had a Little Lamb and it's actually demon summoning? 'Cause that was ridiculous. Also, kind of a banger. I don't know if it will make you jealous. My folks leave me a stock of easy to prepare meals while they're gone, so fast food sandwich, yes. Honestly, I'm just really hungry right now. I had some food before stream, as that is now one of my rules, but I'm going to have to organize food for after stream, because this takes a lot of energy that I don't normally have. Honestly, if you saw me the rest of the week, you would be amazed at the difference, because I do not function well. Let's see. What other ones do you have? Aurelia, Wild Dodo, Goblin Fisher. Oh, that's over here. Tiny Mandragora, Cave Bats, Galagos, Pirates, and Mangler Crabs. Cool, that's mostly in this area. I can do that. There is something definitely soothing about a small, easy to do list of tasks that you can complete. That may just be me. But not having them be difficult, and honestly not having them mean anything in the grand scheme of things. So I just got a couple of whispers in game. Don't worry, they're not anything fun, unfortunately. They are basically people saying, what class do I have to be for that? Arcanist, maybe? Yes. They are people's offering to sell gil for real life gold. Do not do that. Trust me, it is not worth it. Yes, you could get a bunch of gil and buy whatever you want and spend real world money for it, but it is against the TOS. So, and if you're caught, you lose your account. So don't do it. Just trust me on that, it's not worth it. Especially because you can get a shit ton of gil in-game. It takes a while. but you can get it. Oh, I didn't get any whispers for that, but just FC recruiting whispers. Yeah. It's because I stood in one spot for too long. And they're like, ooh, a newbie, let's see. And because of the little sprout next to my name, that goes after, that upgrades after a certain amount of hours. One of my friends had like 1,500 hours. I just blocked them and move on. But one of my friends has like 1,500 hours and she just got the thing removed, so... I just realized I didn't have my carbuncle out. Oh well. Not that it does all that much, if I'm honest. There we go. Let's get the pickaxes. You have to complete up to like Shadowbringer also, I think. I don't know, cause it's very possible. 100% is very possible. I don't know, but well, no, yeah, they didn't. They were because they didn't buy the game. They were just doing the free trial. They couldn't get past the ending of Heavensward for a long time, so it might just be Shadowbringers linked, like progress in the story. Oh, I didn't even consider that. Thank you. Aetherflowed Gorge, Gorge. Energy drain. We'll pop back to Zerog. Actually, to the Marauder, because the little bogies are in here. Ain't that swell? I should feel bad about killing these things. I really should. But they have no faces. And they make weird noises. So I'm less mad about killing them than I am killing this sheep, I guess. If these had cute faces, I would have to raise a complaint. Pardon me. There we go. So that's where you find the bogey, and the wounded oryx are over here in the cook pot. There's usually an event on there, but even if there isn't, you can get it. You can find them at that point. Huh. But yeah. I can't actually wait to get into dungeons. It'll be fun. Oh, and I can do a guild test. No, well, they still want a healer. God damn it. I need to unlock Gridania so I can be a healer. Although if I do that, I will just play healer again. And I don't want to do that necessarily right away. Axe to the face. So this feels bad, right? Oh god. Oh right, it's no longer a thing. Cast arrow and stone over and over. Yeah, it is very boring, because again, the true difficulty of the healer is in dungeons. The sheer panic I have had when a tank does a really big set of pulls that they're not prepared to mitigate through, because their mitigations are on cooldown. So I have to spam heal, keep them up, do damage, and make sure none of the other people die. Is a headache and a half. Fun though. The adrenaline rush is quite something. But it fully assuages my mama bear instincts. Like, I want to look after people. That's what I do. That's why I trained in psychology. That's, admittedly, I will preface that with I am not a fully trained psychologist. My opinions are my own and not based in medical science. I say that because it is very easy to say, oh, I know all of this. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I also have a master's in research. And all that has taught me is I know a lot less about this world than I think I do. Which isn't a bad thing. That is so very good because there's so much to learn now, you know? There's so much to go around and be like, hey, did you know that there is something called the collective unconscious? And how cool would that be if that was eventually proven to be a thing, that people had this resonance with each other that could tap into, you know, generations past. You would always have that connection with someone that you valued, even when they died, because nothing is taken out of that collective unconscious. It's just shifted into a different state of manner. But even as I'm describing that, it doesn't do it justice. I will tell you this though, Freud is such a piece of shit. Putting it out there, Freud has some issues. Rogue. You're still very helpful. Oh, thank you. Help me through my leave quest dilemma. I'm glad I could help. I really am. I hope you're feeling better though. Mommy issues. Yeah, he really does. And more than that, it's such a boring way to look at humanity as just sex-based individuals. It's just, one, is incorrect. A lot of Freud's theories have been proven to be incorrect. I'm not saying that his contemporaries like Jung and others are necessarily more correct, but I find a lot more in their theories that I am interested in. I am. Good. I'm glad. But yeah, like I could babble on for so long about psych stuff. Like, my favorite little bit of trivia, and it's something that we do in everyday life, and it's the green glasses. So in The Wizard of Oz originally, the city was not green. Everyone in the city wore emerald glasses, and thus made everything appear green. So in the movies they made it green, but in the books it was actually it was actually just that they all wore green tinted glasses, thus giving the illusion that everything was tinted green, everything was green. And because your perception is ruled by that, you would begin to believe that it is normal that everything is green. And I'm not explaining it very well. It's a big commentary on how our perception can alter and influence our way of thinking. You know the phrase rose-tinted glasses? That's where this is coming from. That's where it kind of originated, in the green-tinted glasses of the Ozians. I first heard of Jung in Batman and Scarecrow Psychology. Seemed more legit from the very little I read about. I would 100% say read more as well, just because I love to get people interested in shit that I'm interested in. But yeah, it is really interesting. He makes a lot of good points that I find more palatable than Freud. I mean, give Freud credit where it's due. He did, for all intents and purposes, act as the starting point for a lot of psychological thought, because people were so desperate to prove him wrong, and in my opinion they succeeded, that a lot of people got into psychology to learn. Let's do some main quest. I mean, so my thesis for my master's was about music, memory, and personality traits. So much fun. It was so interesting to learn about. But there is so much still left to explore in that. So what I found with a very small sample size, I will say that right now, it was a very small sample size of this nature, and thus is something that could be biased. You know, I'm not saying that it is the definitive end-all proof, but I did find some correlations between certain personality types, what music they So the premise of my research was that certain personality types had a particular type of music that they were more likely to like. Say, openness, which is one of the big five, would be tied with maybe pop music, or like the popular music, obviously pop music. And so the higher you scored on openness, the higher your preference, the higher the chance that your preference for pop music was there. And my theory was, given that connection that has been seen, if they listen to their preferred music genre while taking a rote learning test, would they remember better? And I found that they did. In small cases, and in certain personality combinations, they would remember information better when the music aligned with their predisposed music like. Sorry, that was a rambling thing. Greetings, madam, and welcome to our fair city. If you'll permit me to examine the steel and the missive you carry. Here you go, son. Yes, everything appears to be in order. My apologies. We cannot afford to be complacent, you understand. Please, step this way. It's always exciting to have a large fountain of knowledge and still jump into that one finds exciting. That's how I find a new genre of hit. Yeah, that interests me.
Enter. So the silver-tongued merchants send an adventurer to speak for them. It appears the Uldans place great faith in you.
Hi, Moaweb.
This way. I bid you welcome. I am Melvib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limso Lominsa, and Commander of the Maelstrom. Now, what news from Thanalan?
A memorial service to all honor the fallen. I can't do her voice well. Forgive me. 7 hells. Has it been 5 years? 5 years since the Gallian Empire sought to wrest Eorzea from our grasp. It was an answer to the imperial threat that the city-states formed the Grand Companies and forged the Eorzean alliance anew. But Garlemald was not content to wager all on a simple contest of martial might. They had other plans. The Meteor Project. Legatus Nail von Darnes, Hell's Take Him, intended to cleanse our realm by snatching the lesser moon Delamond from its heavens and casting it down upon our heads. Desperate to prevent this lunatic scheme, we marched our forces to the Cartano Flats, and there met the 7th Imperial Legion in battle. Never have I ever seen a fight like the Battle of Cartano, and I have seen full many. But though we gave no quarter, spared not one ounce of effort, we could not prevent what followed. From the inside of the shell of Delmond came a winged nightmare, a dragon the size of a bloody city. 'Twas the elder primal Bahamut, bent on making an 8th hell of Eorzea. In the space of a breath, the legions of the Empire were set aflame, while our own armies fared little better. 'Twas as if the whole world was burning. Words cannot well describe the scene. And yet, by some miracle, few among us were spared. Even as I steeled myself for death, a blinding white light enveloped me, robbing me of my senses. When I regained them, the dragon was gone, and the still smouldering land was warped beyond all knowing. Were the Archon Louisois still with us, he would doubtless shed some light on those unfathomable happenings. Alas, he is not, and I fear we will want for his wisdom in the days to come. For a while our nation struggled to recover from the devastation. The beastmen called forth their damned primals to taunt us anew. Unless we put aside our differences and rebuild now, our foes will catch us unprepared. And I speak not only of the beastmen. Do not imagine that the Empire has forsaken its claim on Eorzea. The Imperials crowd our borders, waiting to strike. Damn it all. We need champions to replace those we lost. Hi! It's me, champion. But such thoughts are worse than worthless. Time is short, and none will save us save ourselves. It is the duty of every soul who survived the calamity to work together for the good of Eorzea, and this memorial service may be the very thing to unite us. Aye, Raban has the right of it. I accept his proposal. Bitch, I am right here. You could just hand it back to me. But no, no. Alright, fine, if she wasn't handing it to him to hand to me. That's fair. Your duty is done here, adventurer. I will see to it that the Flame General receives my reply. You travel next to Gridania, yes? Yes. Pray give my regards to the Elder Seedseer. Oh, and tell her the wolf has been sniffing around the stables. A private jest and one in poor taste, but I would have you tell it all the same. Fare you well, Lilith. May the Navigator guide you on your journey. I love her. I absolutely adore her. I rated high on my neuroticism on my testing. That is fair. And it's not as bad as you think, by the way. Just putting that out there. Even the dark triads are the three darker sides of the personality traits. I'm not sure how well known they are. Psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism. Even everybody has parts of those in them. You know what I mean? Like, it is not a bad thing to have them. The bad thing is when it detrimentally affects you. So, it was explained to me like this, right? If a mother's child is taken from her and in harm's way, the mother can suppress the community-based urges, I guess. I mean, the father can do this too, don't get me wrong, this is not a sex thing. It is... Everybody has a part of psychopathy in them that would allow them to suppress the rejection of hurting someone to protect someone else. You know? I'm not explaining any of this well today. I promise I have these degrees. Let's talk, Jack. Done with your million, are ya? You can never have enough blade practice, lass. In fact, I'll even add a list of marks to your hunting log. Pit yourself against the lot, and you'll soon learn some new steps for your dance with the daggers. Aye, you must think of yourself as a dancer, not a bleeding butcher. You only need so much force to ram a short blade into the hilt. Precision and speed. That's how you get the most out of your stabbers. Bulky armor only have you plodding around like an ungainly orc, so make sure you're wearing gear that'll let you move freely as well. Alright, get your blade work up to scratch, Lilith, and I might just have a job for you. I think I understand. I see it like we all have light and dark inners. It's how we choose to use our personality that defines us. Yeah, pretty much. 100%. It is. So there is one of the big key debates in psychology is nature versus nurture, and that's bled over into a lot of other things. There are a lot of different opinions on it, and I cannot say one is more correct than the other, although I have my own opinions in that it is a mixture of nature and nurture that creates us. Some people just don't have the same levels of empathy as others, but that does not stop them having the ability to empathize. It just means they have to work for it a bit more. Hi, Pumpernickel. Stabbers? Daggers. Pretty stabbies. Jack's a bit weird. Oh. A dainty dilemma. Honestly, I just really appreciate that he calls it stabbers, just because it's really funny to me. Oh there, Lilith. I must say you're looking comfortable enough with those stabbers of yours. Daggers. Aye, I reckon you're good and ready for your first assignment. Ordinarily, I'd stow me wiz and let you get on with your work, but seeing as we only just dragged you into the shadows, there might be a couple things of which you ain't familiar with. Let's build on what you likely do know. And that's the fact that the Admiral, God bless her soul, has outlawed piracy in Limsa. So why do you think there's so many sodding pirates in this town? I'll tell you why. It's because there's still one way for them to loot and pillage without incurring the wrath of the law. All you need to do is apply to serve the Thalassocracy as a certified privateer. A captain with a privateer's license is free to terrorize the seas till the outer goats come home, so long as he only targets vessels what belong to the Gallian Empire. Of course, considering how bloody vast the Empire is, that's plenty of looting to go round. Crews filled their holds with Imperial plunder, then sailed back here to Limsa to offload the spoils. And that's where this particular case went sour. See, this one crew got their fambbles on a magic tech device. A firing mechanism, to be precise. But was rooked out of their haul by some heavy-handed coves. If you recall, that don't sit well with the code. If you're bold enough to rook a pirate out of his due, then you'd best be prepared for a visit from the rogues. Ah, and speaking of visiting rogues, Underfoot, over here, lad. I want the pair of you working together on this. Pass sentence on the code-defying rooks and bite back that magic tech part. What the lads need me for? You're in charge of new recruits, ain't you? It's Lila's first assignment. You're to go along and give her the benefit of your wisdom. Since when was I in charge of that new... Oh, bugger it. So, I guess we're to be partners for now. The name's Perimoo Harrymoo, but most fellows just call me Underfoot. He might seem a bit reluctant, but Perimoo's one of our best. You just do what he says and he'll get the job done. Yeah, how much do murders work for it? I worked in a prison for a time, and it's crazy to think of the people you might walk by every day. People are just up to no good. That is fair. I don't have that experience. I only have my experience, and that is there is a mixture of. So, just having low empathy does not mean that you will be a cruel and heartless person. But low empathy in a traumatic environment from a young age, that raises your chances of being, monstrous in that sense. Yay, I love the dainty demolishers, yeah. Alright then, young rogue, seeing as this is your first official outing, I want to be sure your dance steps are up to the task. For them short blades, you need to get in good and close to your mark, aye? But we ain't bleeding swords and shining armour, and the lighter kit we wear ain't much protection from a click to the gan. So if you don't fancy spitting blood on your teeth, your best defence is simply not being there when your mark whids up to land a lasty clout. Sliding round to the flank usually does the trick, but then there's some non-fun every rogue should master, the shade shift. Clear your mind and trust in your speed, and you can leave an axe-wielding brute or spell-flinging mage chasing your shadow while you bury your stabbers in his guts. Right now it's time to put this lesson to practice against some of those Orlais in Lower Lanacea. I hope you was paying attention last, because those tentacles can pack a wallop. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way, Pumpernickel. I just got that little thing. For some reason, it didn't come up on stream. I'm really sorry. But thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if you get treated bad, you will learn to treat others bad. Yeah. So that is kind of where a lot of my opinion comes from in terms of, like, this is a weird conversation to be having over Final Fantasy, but in terms of reform, because I don't know, it's hard to say, because that is a lot of trauma to undo, to not to fix it, because I don't think once you've suffered trauma, you have that trauma forever. You just reduce the effect it has on you. But I don't know if prisons are necessarily the correct way to fix these things. I mean, there's arguments to say, you should lock up people. Some people are unforgivable, and sometimes I agree with that. But there are some where I'm not sure prison is the correct choice. It's a messy kind of thing, and I don't have enough knowledge on the subject to give a proper kind of like opinion, I guess, because there are arguments for and against it, and I don't know where I stand on it. which is probably a lot of babbling, I'm sorry. Yeah. Something has to be done, but I don't know what that something is, and I don't know how to fix things. Hi, Skull! What sort of moral debate have I walked in on? I am just rambling about psychology. And I was talking shit, basically. Welcome on in, I hope you're doing well. I was just basically debating with myself, in a sense, whether or not prisons are the only solution. So I can't say on crime trauma, but I've had some trauma in my life, so I wonder if we could fuse some thinking. I've had trauma too, and I'd be interested to hear your opinions. If you're comfortable sharing. I don't want to ask you to reveal trauma. You know, this is not like, if this is not a comfortable environment for you, I don't want you to feel that way. But I'm curious as to your opinions on the subject. I yet function. That's good. I'm glad. Functioning is good. I am barely functioning. I have had so little sleep and my head hurts so bad. But I'm here and I'm alive and I'm playing. How was the game, by the way? I hope it went well. Oh. The one thing I know for certain is that humans are infinitely complex. And the more we try to dumb that down, to try and take it apart and make it understandable, the less we truly do understand. Because yes, you can condition people to do things. That is something that we have learned in operant conditioning, and it is something that is something we encounter in everyday life, even if we don't think we do. And how am I trying to say this? The more... oh god. What the fuck are they doing? The more we try to break it down, the more we have to understand that there is so much that we don't yet understand about humans. You know? And that to me is heartwarming, because once there's everything to... Once you figure everything out, there's no point in continuing to learn, you know? So I like the idea that we haven't figured everything out yet, that we can still strive towards understanding. Good, they're not dead yet. They raided a pirate ship. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Pirate ship. I am impressed. You're a pretty big fan of, like, the brutal encounters, so I'm surprised that nobody died. I'll give you that. A pleasure to serve you again, madam. Are you ready to board the airship to Gridania? Yes. I was 29 when my wife died. I wonder how that trauma would compare to other things. I'm really sorry to hear that. That is truly awful, and I'm sorry for your loss. I don't typically compare trauma. Mostly because trauma affects us all differently in that sense. So what might not be an earth-shattering trauma for you, because you've had such a drastic trauma, might be something that someone else couldn't handle, and it doesn't make them weaker for it. It just means that that was a trauma that broke them, you know? So I don't typically compare trauma or compare pain, because each person's experience of those traumas is valid in their own way. Does that make sense? Or we'll be learning forever until we die off? Yeah. But that's so cool! Isn't that just so awesome that we are in a universe that has such an expanse to learn? You know? And off we head to Gridania. Obviously, I have not finished all the quests, but I figured you guys might like some, you know, context. Well, some story stuff. Plus, I really want to get to a dungeon. So you can all laugh at me while I try and tank. I'm glad it is. Comparing in general doesn't seem to help me. I fall into a depressive episode the way that I compare. Yeah. It doesn't help, I don't think. Like, if it could help somebody, then sure, I could maybe see the value in it. But it never does. It makes all parties feel bad. So there's no point in it. Ah, you must be the envoy from Uldar. Welcome to Gridania, madam. The Elder Seed Seer awaits your arrival. Yes, thank you. Social media makes it worse. Yeah, social media is a weird thing. On the one hand, we are more connected now than we have ever been in our lives. It's also the most toxic connection that we've ever experienced in our lives. Because social media can be a good thing. Social media, like this, is social media. And I'm really happy to have you guys here and interacting with me. And I wouldn't be able to do this if I didn't have some form of social media in order to interact. But there's a lot of problems with this unfettered access to the internet. Not that I'm suggesting that access should be fettered. It's a problem that is inherent in its design, I think. Greetings, good madam. You are the Uldan envoy, are you not? I have received instructions to assist you. Pray, make your way to the city proper and identify yourself to the conjurer at Nofika altar. Oh, lol. Sorry about that. I'm here so you can say I do, but I don't use Facebook, Twitter, or anything, just Reddit for porn. Cool. I don't need to know. What you do on your own time is your business, my friend. She will admit you to the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seed Seer awaits. Based. Ow. So I typically start in Gridania. So I'm very used to Gridania. I know a lot about it. I have done it so many fucking times. It is fun. And it is a good place to start. But it's also... I've done this so often. That I can kind of run through without thinking about it. I'll also pick up the some of the crafting stuff here as well. So I can level it up off stream. Or maybe a flaw in humanity's trends, because you can use social media to hang with gaming buddies or look at cute animals, but the popularity of certain things in social media make it toxic. Yes. What am I doing? I was not trying to get the Archer, I was trying to get the Aetherite. Yeah. The thing that makes it toxic is the anonymity, and that is also one of its greatest blessings. At least, this is all in my opinion. You know, others are fully right to have their own opinions on the matter. The anonymity to be able to say what you want and do what you want without repercussions allows people to take out their pain and their impulses on other people without thought for how that person is going to feel, because there's no emotional connection. You're not interacting with a person when you're typing this shit. You're interacting with a figment, and that figment does not have an emotional reaction to you, like connection to you, so you don't see them as a human being, at least in my opinion. But at the same time, it is a freeing thing, because you are able to shed what limits you as a human by your social status, by skin color, sex, all of that gets shed because you can be whoever you want to be, and that is a good thing, because it stops people going, you know, oh, you're just a girl, why do you have those opinions, you should go back to the kitchen, you know, it's stupid. So there's a lot of problem on both sides, I think, but fortunately, I do not have to solve them. I just have to acknowledge they exist. I just don't need a million opinions is kind of what I mean. I'm at a point in my life, I like what I like, I seek out the things I like, avoid the rest. Reality is often disappointing. Fair enough. reality for me. Yeah, that got you. I'm not going to allow that just because I've had a few people come in here with that kind of stuff and I don't want to have to reset my filter. But I will say, it says, it sounds like woman talk to me. Yeah, I know you don't mean that, but I don't want to have to reset my filter. Yes, I have. It has been horrid. It's been an experience. So yeah, I'm not resetting that, but you're not in trouble with me because I know you don't mean it. I know you well enough. Yeah. There's a lot to deal with, and honestly, I understand reality can be disappointing. There's a lot to have to worry about in reality, but I'm also of the opinion that there are a lot of good things too. You know, there's a lot of good and kindness in reality that aren't just stories. That, you know, you look around and you see people helping, and that matters to me more than necessarily a lot of other things, I guess. Unrelated, but another of my client groups just filled up. Holy crap, my dude. You're doing so well. I'm really proud of you. You're killing this whole thing. You are the old born envoy. Begging your pardons, madam, but might I inspect the missive you bear? Yes. Verily, this is the seal of the supreme commander of the immortal flames. Please come with me. Oh, stop. No, you stop. You're doing so well. What a deep dragon heist time. Ooh, exciting. You gotta let me know how that goes.
So you are the Ul'dan envoy. On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please.
Hi. I've got to fix this tail.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Khan-e Senna, Elder Seedseer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder. I understand you bear a message from the Flame General.
Yes, I do. I understand you bear a message. A remembrance service for the fallen of Cartano. Pray tell me, adventurer, what do you know of our conflict with the Empire? It would seem my counterparts recounted the tale in some detail. That is well. A message from the Admiral. Admiral? A wolf has been sniffing around her stables, you say. I see. Well, I shall be pleased to provide her with such counsel as I am able. But first, friend of my friend, I would tell you more of the Garlean threat. For the greater part of its history, Garlemald was not even amongst the most influential nations in Ilsabad, the northern continent. However, its innovations in the field of magitech some 50 years past helped to raise it from the depths of obscurity. Emboldened by this technology, it set about subjugating its neighbors, swiftly absorbing each into its ever-expanding territory. And when all of Ilsabad lay within its grasp, it turned its ravenous gaze upon Eorzea. Yet Garlemald's transformation did not come about by the virtue of magitech alone. Its success owed much to the consummate leadership of its first and reigning emperor, Stolas Zos Galvus, the man who built an empire in his own lifetime. Yet he has lived long, and after more than 80 winters, it is said that he grows frail and ever more prone to illness. If the rumors are to be believed, the matter of succession has destabilized the imperial court. That would explain the Empire's relative inactivity in recent years, which has granted us much-needed time to rebuild. Yet we cannot allow ourselves to become complacent, for Garlemald still maintains a presence in Eorzea, in the form of the 14th Imperial Legion. My brain could not translate that for a good second there. Commanding this great host is Legatus Gaius von Balsar, a man whose ambitions are well known to us. So long as he breathes Eorzean air, none of us may sleep easy. The calamity wreaked such devastation upon the realm that has been all we could do to nurse our wounds. Never mind rebuild our defenses. Simply put, we have not the strength to repel the Empire. I want to do a music video with my character and flow. Fair? That'd be cool. I forgot how much better the VA gets. Final Fantasy XVI. xiv. Yes. To add to our woes, the beast tribes continue to summon their primals whose very existence is a bane upon the land. Each nation is beset with its own primal problem. None has the resources to look beyond its own borders. The Admiral desires my counsel regarding a brazen wolf. She means to tell me that the Empire might soonest resume its defense. Flow is a band, by the way. Thank you. I was going to look that up. Appreciate it. I'm like, that sounds like, I don't know if that's a band, so I'm going to just nod and then look it up when I have a free second. Though the primals pose an undeniable threat to our survival, the threat posed by the Garleans is greater still. Clearly, each nation can no longer afford to think only of that which occurs within its own borders. A storm gathers on the horizon. If we are to weather it, we must needs stand united once more. A remembrance service may help to rekindle the spirit of unity which brought the peoples of Eorzea together when last the Empire threatened our liberty. The Flame General was wise to make his proposal, and I wholeheartedly approve of it. The necessary provisions shall be made for a service here in Gridania. Drink, because if I don't, I'm going to have no voice. When does Heidelin sing to us? Remember, no spoilers, please. So, if this is after Heavenswood, I don't know anything about it. They're probably most known for the first Code Geass opening. They also did some work on Eureka 7. Okay. Spoilers. All right. Let's. I don't know how to do that. I need to get mods. I really do. How do I? Oh golly. Okay. You don't have to be quiet forever. Just please don't spoil anything, I guess. The long shush. Yeah, so just no spoilers, please. Otherwise, feel free to talk what you like. I'm not mad. Your work here is done, my friend. I shall send my reply to the Flame General forthwith. I need to figure out how to use Twitch settings. I thank you for coming. May the 12 see you safely home. I thought for some reason you were on an alt. I am on an alt. But I have not gotten past the, well, I'm currently in the middle of Stormblood, so it's okay. It doesn't really tell me anything, because there is 100% a chance that, like, Heidelin just sings to you at some point in the campaign, so I don't want any more details than that, because, you know, spoilers, but it's all good. I don't know anything more right now. The Serpent Officer has information that may be of use to you. I pray that your meeting with the Elder Seedseer went well, my Lady Envoy. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but did you not also deliver a message to Admiral Merwib Blofisfin of Limsa? While you were there, did you happen to meet Balderon, the proprietor of the Drowning Wench? Gregarious gentleman, always happy to help his fellow man. Well, I am told he has a task for a capable adventurer. I know not what the task entails, but I dare say the Flame General's personal envoy would make a fine candidate. If you are interested in learning more, pray speak with Balderon and his establishment. Yeah. She turns up and said, "Hey, Warriors of Light, you're ready to fucking rock?" Yep, yep. And then she just rocks out. Honestly, with this game and the writing, 100% I would believe it. All good, Pumpernickel. You didn't know, and now you do. So, no hard feelings, no madness from me. Just for future reference, please. By the way, to everybody watching, because I have to remember to keep saying this, I have a Discord, so feel free to join. Same rules in there, no spoilers, but do feel free to come in, come have fun. It's kind of small at the moment, but I'm hoping it will grow into a bigger group. And we can all just talk shit about Final Fantasy together. And D&D, I am a big D&D fan. Skull is actually my DM in one of the campaigns that I'm playing. And I am his DM for another, so it evens out. Oh yeah, we got a little wind-up airship. And yes, I see the quests. I will do them, don't worry. I have a plan. But again, I don't want to waste these low-level quest experiences on characters that are already higher level. I've already done... I think I did that one, didn't I? I probably didn't. So let's do it now. Pardon me. Huh. Oh yeah. Okay, I did do this one. Let's go unlock the botanist. I'm playing FFX for the first time and posting it on YouTube. Oh, congratulations! I hope it goes really well. I hope you're having a lot of fun with it. I'm having a lot of fun with Final Fantasy, and I'm such a sucker for it because I've been subscribed for so fucking long, and I've never gotten past Heaven's Wood. Hello there, and welcome to the Botanist Guild. What brings you here today? Interested in becoming a botanist, are you? Then you've come to the right place. At our guild, you can study under some of the finest botanists in all the realm. An enticing proposition, is it not? So what say you? Would you like to add your name to our roll? Yes. Excellent. Now you're doubtless eager to dive headlong into the nearest shrubbery. But first, a brief explanation on the origins of the Botanist Guild. Our guild boasts a long history. Its roots can be traced back some 500 years ago, to when our nation was still in its infancy. It was around that time that a precursor organization to our own was established to facilitate communion with the elementals. But I suspect you're already confused, not being a forestborn. Let me put it in a way that your kind will understand. The 12's Wood doesn't belong to a man, but almighty beings known as elementals. It is by their leave that we Gridanians dwell here in the forest, and it is by their leave we receive of its bounty. Ever since mankind settled in the 12's Wood, it has been necessary for us to obtain the elementals' permission prior to taking aught from their domain. Historically, this was a rather involved process, in that only a precious few could actually commune with them, specifically those conjurers blessed with the ability to hear the elementals, aptly known as hearers. In order to relay the elementals' will to the botanists in a more timely manner, a new organization was formed with the hearer at its mouth and ears. The organization would eventually evolve to become the Botanist Guild. To this day, the guild employs the services of a hearer who offers guidance to our members. Yet this is no longer our organization's sole concern. We also seem to promulgate correct harvesting practices, that is, practices which honor the will of the elementals. And that, my friend, is the story of how our guild came to be. I trust you have a newfound appreciation of the work we do. I have a newfound appreciation for how long you could talk. Oh boy. Now, with all this talk of elementals and communing, perhaps mayhap you're wondering whether you're fit to join us. Well, you may cast such doubts aside. You don't need to have been raised as a good little forest-born girl to be a botanist. Nor do you need to know the secret forest-born salute, I jest. You just need a healthy respect for nature and the will to learn. If you honestly believe you possess these things, it would be my pleasure to recommend you to our guildmaster. Please wait a moment while I see to the formalities. Speak to me again when you are ready to begin the enrollment procedures. Yes. Whew. Music to my ears. It would be a pleasure to refer you to the Guildmaster Fivracha. Our Guildmaster's knowledge of nature is second to none. One need only witness her uncanny knack for spotting the finest timber to see that hers is a truly God-given talent. It is for this reason that she holds the title of First Botanist. Oh, but you need not be overawed, for she is the kindliest of souls. You will find the Guildmaster just outside this building. Seek her out and impress upon her your desire to become a botanist. Okay. Whew. I'm Pivacha, the master of the guild. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I take it Leon Colt has given you an overview of botany already. Well then, I suppose I'd better continue where you first left off. First botanist. All Gridanians may rightly claim to share a close relationship with nature, but none is so intimate as that of the botanist. It is our calling to nurture the natural environment to the mutual benefit of man and wood. But even as nature holds us in her loving embrace, providing for our every need, she is at heart an unsentimental creature, one that will take life just as readily as she gives it. Being a botanist means coming face to face with this uncomfortable truth on a regular basis. Knowing this, do you still wish to walk our path? Yes. The look in your eye bespeaks the passion in your heart. Very well, I bid you welcome to the Botanist Guild. To help you on your way, I present you with this hatchet. Take it up and then present yourself to me again. I will assign you your first task as a botanist of the guild. It funny? Yes, it is. Recommended gear. And the gathering log. I see you have your hatchet on you. Very good. A botanist's hatchet is his livelihood. Never forget this. If you fail to keep its blade clean and keen, your efforts will yield you naught but sweated splinters. But let us see about your first task. Ah yes, to help you grasp the basics of botany, I would like to gather 10 pots worth of latex. The forest yields to... The forest yields to us many and more resources. It is the botanist's job to know what can be found and where. If it is latex you require, you would do well just to search outside the Blue Badger Gate or the Yellow Serpent Gate. Seek out the mature trees that stand in those areas and then put your hatchet to use. I wish you well. Yeah, cool. Going to switch back to my gladiator. We're going to run around, grab the rest of the aetherites in this area, pop back to Limsa, pick up the new quest, and see if we can't get a dungeon in before the end of stream. I'll probably run a little bit over if I do that. Also, for those of you who do not know and have not had the chance to get here, you know all those achievements we've been getting? They give you currency, and if you want to spend it, come up here. It's a good way to get a bunch of shit. Come over to this guy, Jonathas, Master of the Rolls. You've accomplished enough feats to keep the bard singing for a lifetime, lass. Such an achievement shouldn't go unrecognized, and to that I'd like you to have this. Consider it a token of my highest esteem. So, we have 3 at the moment. Not a lot, but useful. At the moment, nothing I really want. But I will be getting all of these, obviously. Why do I now have a shit ton of things? Okay. That's fine. Everything's fine. I am good. Totally not dealing with shit. Huh. I like the music in Gridania. Even though I 100% am sick of it at times. It does get on my nerves just a little bit. But it is quite relaxing. And I'm half tempted to use it in D&D games, but I know that my players would recognize it and I would never hear the end of it. But yeah, the achievement certificates can get you a couple of mounts. Well, a mount. A couple of mounts? At least one. There we go. I have now got all the aetherites in this area. And we are going to teleport back to Limsa. One second. Let's go find Balderon. Balderon. Whatever. Because I have got to get rid of some of the shit in my inventory and I really want my retainers. It's going to take a while. And I've got to get to level 30 so I can do this quest before it's over because this is a seasonal event. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. Sit wherever you like, lass. I'll be with you in a... I am Balderon, alright? Who's asking? We've talked before. Ah, and I've got a job for a capable adventurer, you say? Well, you're bloody right. Just so you're fairly warned, though, this ain't no job for the faint of heart. Things are reliably to get downright bleeding airy, but if you still think you're interested, let me know and I'll fill you in on the details. I am interested, funnily enough. Don't need any of that. I thank you for taking the time to help me out. Now I'm sure you're busy, so I'll come straight to the point. Word has it, some suspicious-looking buggers have been sneaking in and out of Satasha Seagrot, and I need a trustworthy sort to head up in north of Airport and find out who they are and what they're up to. Doesn't sound like much, I know. But it weren't so long ago the Fishback's pet pirates paid us an unwelcome visit, and folk are feeling a bit nervous. If you would permit me, Master Balderon, I should be happy to elaborate. Fancy-dancy pirate. Well, well, if it ain't the Chief Yellowjacket himself. So what do I owe this rare honour, Commodore Rainer? Come to make sure my patients are behaving, or just thirsty? Just nodding. Neither. In fact, I was informed that you had requested an adventurer to assist in my investigation, and I came to offer what information I could sift from recent reports. Over the course of the past moon, there have been several sightings of an unfamiliar vessel off the coast of Aleport, in the vicinity of the Isles of Umbra. This information came to my attention no more than a few weeks after a squad of my own soldiers had completed a routine patrol of the region, the Satasha Seagrot included. Their search revealed little, save that a family of Coels had taken up residence in the caves, nothing to concern us, in short. In light of recent developments, however, it would seem wise to search Satasha again. But with the Sahagin testing our defences daily, I am loath to assign the task with the limited forces at my disposal. Our line is stretched thin as it is. Thus I sought the services of a competent adventurer to conduct an investigation in my stead. Any aid you can offer in this matter would be greatly appreciated. Then it is settled. Satasha is located in western Lanusia. For more detailed instructions on how to reach the place, I suggest you consult Vimelpa. She can be found at the ferry docks on the lower decks. You heard the man. Good luck to you, lass. Let's go! Oh, right, I don't think I have my tank stance on. I am a poor tank. There we go. Now I'm real. Oh, right, okay. Challenge logs. And the glamour. So, this will unlock the challenge log, which I will do after this dungeon. This will unlock the esthetician, who allows you to change your character's appearance at will. Well, you have to pay 2,000 gil for it, but it's relatively at will. Lower decks, correct, yeah. But hopefully we'll get to our first dungeon today. That'll be fun. I mean, I've done Satasha so many fucking times. But it'll still be fun. I think I've only ever done Satasha a couple times as a tank though, so I'm mostly the healer. I'm sure that's not a shock to anybody. Vimelpa. Hi. You hear about Commodore Rainer's investigation? Then you'll want to board a ferry bound for Aleport. Once you arrive in western Lanusia, though, you'd better pay a visit to the Hall of a Novice before you blunder into Satasha. The Adventurers Guild runs the hall, and the folk will prepare you, train you with the skills you'll need to face the dangers undoubtedly waiting for you in the Sea Grot. The hall is on the way to Satasha, just north of Aleport. Head inside, and one of their seasoned adventurers will take you in hand. Best of luck to you, friend. Okay, so I would 100% advise doing this. However, I have done it a lot. So it is something I will do on another stream. Because right now, I really want to get to this. I really want to get to Satasha. So. I've still got to upgrade my culinarian so I have food. Hope everybody's still well. Hope the quality of my stream is still good. Because I'm getting a little bit of fluctuation here and there, so hopefully it's not gone badly. Need to get that. Point of preference, always get the freaking aetherites. You will regret it if you don't. Trust me. I've done it too many times. I'm hungry, but I shall wait until dungeon. Well, thank you. I will do my best not to do your lessons injustice. Also, I'm starving too, so after stream I'm gonna get something to eat. Though I did eat something small before stream, so I followed my rules in that regard. I shall be stern. Great. If I wasn't nervous before. Ah, you must be the adventurer of whom the Yellow Jackets sent word. I hear you are to brave the depths of the Satasha Sea Grot. The occupants of those caves are rumored to be as numerous as they are bloodthirsty. No matter what the epic tales would have you believe, strolling into such a den of savagery alone would be the height of foolishness. No, you shall need companions. And you shall need the training we at the Hall of the Novice can provide. I strongly suggest that you study the fundamentals of group combat before continuing on your mission. The smith here oversees the training schedules. Speak with him and you can register for exercise tailored to your particular field of expertise. Hi. No. When you have mastered all that our masters have to teach, then it will be time to head north once more. Report to the Yellow Jacket Scout at the mouth of the Satasha Sea Grot, and he will furnish you with the details of your duty. Yeah. Wait, would you be stern about the food, or would you be stern about my tank performance? I need to know. Here we go. What took you so bloody long, Edda? If my purse was too light, you might have considered using your own bleeding coin to get us what we need. You've only been as useful as the contents of your pockets. The gods know you can barely heal a scratch. Oh, honey. We took up the venturing life to take on the big jobs and claim the big rewards. How are we meant to do that if you can't even get our supplies in order? Huh? It's her, the one Balderon was talking to. We'll see who gets the glory. This job should have been ours in the first place. Oh, Edda. Edda, you're so slow you'd lose a foot race to a tree slug. This is the perfect for our inaugural outing as a party, wandering around the caves, turning over a few rocks. How difficult could it be? I never expected our first visit to the Adventurers Guild would yield such a straightforward way to win fame and fortune. I'm sorry, Emperor. I came as fast as I could. I tried haggling with the merchants, but the 2 potions were the best I could get with the money you gave me. I had no idea how expensive they were. Be nice to a healer, you dick. Please tell me you're here on Yellow Jacket duty, not some daft sod out for a stroll. I can't take any more of this bloody waiting. You are? Thank the gods. I assume you already know about the ships seen slipping in around the Isles of the Umbra. We've been on the lookout for pirate activity ever since the vessel was sighted, thinking a crew of cutthroats might have a den nearby. So when we received word that men of questionable quality had been seen passing in and out of Satasha here, we weren't entirely surprised. Just yes. Thanks for the clarification there. I've yet to see them myself, but if this lot belongs to those fishback-fancying serpent reavers, well, you can imagine the panic it'll cause. The kidnappings are still fresh in people's minds. Anyway, your task is to poke around the caves and find out exactly who we're dealing with. While you do that, I'll be keeping watch out here, praying you don't spot any blue-faced tattoos. Duty support unlocked. Oh yeah, so they added this in, so you can play with NPCs instead. I would not recommend doing that. Okay. Okay. I was not going to read all that because that is just tutorials. I would like to enter Sasha with a party of other players, please. Here we go. So once you've queued for it, like once you've unlocked it here, you can go anywhere. You don't have to stay around here. You can access this dungeon from anywhere. And when you finish it the first time, it will actually teleport you back to this spot. So now is a perfect time to head over to Swiftpurge and get that unattuned aetheryte. So you can see it's supposed to take less than 5 minutes. That's because I am a tank. And tanks have the quickest queues of anybody. Healers are slightly slower because more people want to be healers than they want to be tanks. And more power to them because I still freak out about playing a tank. But I said I would, and I will. Let's just move this stuff out a little bit. Put this up here. Yeah. Sorry. If we don't get the dungeon before the thing goes, I will, if we don't get, oh yeah, no, fuck that. If we don't get the dungeon before the end of stream, I will probably start the stream next time with the dungeon. Just to, also, you may think, you know, this is fine. That thing will kill you in 2 hits, maybe 1. I did not trigger that, it just decided to kill me. I was like, I think this is alright. So that one attacks you on sight, apparently. See why it was a good idea to get the L port thing? Actually, while we're here, and while I'm waiting for that, let's go have a look at the miners. Ooh, I can get the gold saucer. Hold on. We're doing that. Hi, Bailey. Welcome on in. I'm just about to do my first dungeon as a tank. Well, I've done a tank dungeon before, but I'm about to do Satasha as a tank for the first time on this character. Let's see how I do. How are you doing anyway? I hope you're doing well. Tank stance. I will try. Tank stance. You're doing well? I'm glad. I'm really glad to hear that. How's your friend doing? Tank stance on. You dicks. Help me. No, don't judge me. Please don't judge me. I'm not good enough at tank for this yet. And to be fair, the only tank experience I have... Yes, your friend Phoebe. I was not going to give any details, but yes, that's who I'm talking about. Fuck you guys. Also, for people watching in chat who do not know that I know these people, do not do this to me. I will actually ban you. I know them. I know they're talking shit. Just as a thing. Haven't killed the boss yet. Fuck you. Yes, yes. Let's see you heal through a raid. Yeah. So, I let them get away with it because I know that they don't mean it. You know? So, just to be clear, they're allowed to do it. Don't anyone else do it for funsies. Oh yeah. Oh, you're a level 90 healer. You got this. guys are... I might not be reading chat too much at the moment just because I need to concentrate because I'm not a good tank, but I will in a second, I promise. And honestly, all I can think right now is, shit! I don't want to be doing this, what am I doing? By the way, with your AoE, I believe that it out DPSs when on 3 or more enemies. Ooh, mitt. You're not a max HP, blame the healer. Hi Sam! The healer right now. Yeah, they're pretty relaxed right now. I mean, fair. This is the first dungeon. Blue. Okay. So you guys can't see it, but they've just told me in chat behind my little thing that the color was blue. Oh god. If I was tanking, I'd have finished the binding course. Fuck you. By the way, yeah, 3 or more enemies, out DPS main combo. Okay. Golly. It's hard to do this and catch up on chat. Yes, yes, I know. You're doing fine though, keep it up. You have a tank sense on, so that's better than solid 80% of tanks. Yes. So when I'm more confident, I could pull these into the dungeon, into the boss room. But because it's generally bad form though to do that. If I was running healer, I would be more confident because I know I can handle it. I'm one of the tanks that forgets every time. Mood. 100% a mood. Yeah. Ah. And to get to the remaining 20% is pressing mid buttons. It's bad form for new healers because so it's like how do I explain it? If your DPS is not doing a good job, do not pull to the boss room. Simple as that. Because you will get wiped. Ooh, they move shit. Okay. There was a thing here. Let's do a quick reprisal. You don't have TBN at this area. Fuck you. So, for those of you who don't know, they recently did a big update that changed some early dungeon. I do. I'm that powerful. I call bullshit. I call shenanigans. You are a liar. I mean, technically you could. Technically you could 100% have it here if you came into the dungeon unsynced. But you are a liar. So yeah, I am not a good tank. Not yet. There's stuff I wish I was doing. Like doing bigger pulls. Like, so I could have taken those two from that door, pulled them over here, and taken care of both of these idiots at the same time. But, you know. What can you do? There we go. Gonna put that in my armory chest because I'm gonna use it. Paladin is just said, you. Yeah, I want to multi-class into White March. Why did I pick the one tank that actually heals properly? Like, is known for healing? So in this fight, these doors will open. So, just so that I can catch all the dogs before they come out, I like to pull to here. I don't know if this is a good idea. I just do it. So I'd be interested to hear what actual tank mains think of that. But of course I would pick the one that the one tank that is known for healing. I feel like that's just my fucking life. There we go. Ta-da! If you can catch the... It depends on your GCD speed. If you can catch them as soon as they come out, great. If not, you're better off making space. Okay. I don't think I got that one. I need you. Come here. Oh no. That was a bad pull. I fucked up. Thankfully the DPS and everything is on it, so we won't die. Just dragged my mouse over stream to try and look around. Sorry. Also, those noises are not me. It's creeping me out. But yeah, all of the all of the classes, all the races have weird noises that your character will make when they exert themselves, and some of them are vaguely pornographic. It's okay though. There we go. Take the moment for a drink. You Sally. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to read that in time. Oh, they cut down that. Deal the DPS limit break to assert dominance. I want to be a good tank. I don't even have... I should have my limit break on here though. Vaguely pornographic is my name, rap name. Stop doing AoEs, brain. Mods didn't let that through, I let that through, because that was funny. I have it up on this, so I have two screens. One of them is up on this side. Thank you for party. My MC is... Mine is MC Slim Jim. Of course it is. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Please see yourself to the exit and don't forget to play accommodation, tip the healer. Okay, so for context, I I have a pretty severe auto mod. Just because I've been getting some trolls in chat, and I don't feel like dealing with them. So it's easier for me to choose to let them through than to have to just have them and then try to figure out how to delete them. You know what I mean? One note, use provoke more. Provoking one enemy in a group aggroes all of them, makes them lump up. Oh, so you can easily catch them in an AoE. I did not know that, thank you. Yeah, no, that's fair with you know Twitter, yeah. Okay. We'll save that quest for next time, I think. But yeah. That was my first dungeon. 100% it's good. Thank you. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it here. Just because I could probably do the well-heeled youth. Get through his cutscene at least. A well-heeled youth on the Emerald Avenue appears to have been the beneficiary of some good fortune and may not be averse to sharing it. Do be careful with those. Break anything and I shall be forced to deduct it from your salary. Beg pardon? What is my loyal manservant carrying? Why a not so small fortune in prizes ably won by yours truly in the Gold Saucer? You have heard of the Gold Saucer? Nay? Ye gads, woman! You might at least try to keep up with the times. It's only assaulted its newest and finest place of entertainment. Thrilled to the sight of majestic birds roaring down the straights of the Chocobo races. Pit your wits against your peers at the Triple Triad tables. At the Gold Saucer, one can do all this and more. If you know what you're about, you walk out a wealthier woman than you entered. If there's a better place to shake off one's cares after a grueling day of promenading, I've never heard of it. Did I mention the prizes? Ah, but I dare say you'd rather discover them for yourself. Yes, I'll wager you're wondering just how in Thal's good name you can experience the wonders of the Golden Saucer firsthand. Am I right, or am I right? Ha! I thought as much. Well, since this has been my lucky day, I don't see why it shouldn't be yours too. I just so happen to have a spare golden airship ticket, you see. Consider it a gift from me to you, milady. Why, thank you. Just show that ticket to the fine lady over the landing, and you'll have a seat on the next airship bound for the revelry and riches. Be fairly warned, though. You may expect no mercy from me should our paths cross the Triple Triad tables. Nay, not so much as an once. Ha ha! My celery! Oh my god, I didn't know they had Final Fantasy emotes. Provoke has more range than your ranged spell thingy. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. So provoke them, draw them in so I can hit them with the AoE, and then use my range thingy to pick off the stragglers. Alright, I'll give that a try next time. Thank you. My celery! Yes, your celery. You lose. But I got shiny new boots. I don't know what that was doing. Would you look at that? I look like a proper gladiator. Alrighty. Let's switch over to this one, the ending screen. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Let's see if Space is live. She is not. Who should we raid? Do you guys have any suggestions? Let's see. Unfortunately, I have to open up a new tab to see who's live on Twitch at the moment that I want to send to. Ooh. Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna kind of... Via's one of the few ones that I'm really into raiding at the moment, and I feel weird because I've raided her twice. But next time I will probably get a raid set up and find a better person. So, not a better person, Jesus brain. I will find someone more attuned to your interests, but thank you guys so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you had fun. And I will see you all next time. Have a good one.